All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if this is live yet, so we're waiting to see. All right. Looks like we're good. Good. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and mute this. Make sure everybody is here. All right, we just need to make sure that Facebook is good to go. Looks like we're good. I just gotta make sure I can't hear Facebook. Give me 1 second, guys, and we will start this baby up. We're trying something new today. So that's muted. Now I just need to make sure this is muted. So how do I turn this down? All right, there we go. Mic check. Everybody should be able to hear me. Good. All right, now I just got to bring up my other. We're working out some kinks here first thing this morning just to make sure that everything is good to go. But I think we're good. I think we're good to go. All right, so I'm doing something new today. I'm streaming on Facebook as well through Carlos's live trading room. I'm not 100% sure if it worked out for us or not, but hey, at least I tried, right? So, guys, we got an awesome show for you today. So I'm just gonna stay focused on the YouTube because this Facebook stuff is a little difficult. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna focus on what we've been focusing on, and I will jump back into that. Let them know I tried, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. A-okay with that. So, good morning, guys. I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. You guys have been here with me for 3 weeks now. I appreciate you stopping in, and you keep on coming back. I absolutely love that. We tried a new thing this morning. We tried to do a little scheduling. Tried to actually schedule so that way it wouldn't just be putting me on broadcast for an hour before I started. So, with that being said, we'll see if the Facebook side of things is going to work out. I really do hope it does. Because I think that could bring in a lot of viewership, and I think a lot of you guys, want to watch the channel grow as much as I do. So we're at 240 subscribers already, which is absolutely an amazing feat. Only being your 3rd week into trading, making a trading show. So, guys, thanks for joining me. Good morning. I got my coffee, got my Tiffin cup, and we are here for pre-market prep. We got London on the track. That's some good coffee. We got London on the track, and as you guys know, I am constantly talking about that area. What area might that be that you say, good sir? That's that 400 area. That 400 area, guys. Constantly talking about that 400 area. On what? We're talking about on the SPY. So if you guys look at the SPY right here on the right-hand side, you got the SPY. It traveled back up yesterday, okay? Yesterday, it traveled back up to this 400 area, right into this liquidity area. I drew this out for you guys yesterday, so that way nobody would get too excited, because we know off these bottoms, this is the 200-day moving average right here at 390.364. Well, what had happened was this thing bounced off that 200-day moving average that we talked about, and it came right up into this supply area. So this supply area here, guys, if you take a look, I drew this out for you yesterday. When we pulled it out, all I'm doing is taking like an average of where the VWAP areas are, here, and here, and I'm just pulling that box over here because it traded sideways. We know that there's a lot of people that are in this area. So when it comes back up to this area, people get nervous and they sell back out. So when we see these supply areas and we see them sell out, we want to see them hold somewhere. We don't want to see them go right back down to where they came from, or it looks pretty weak, like a few stocks that I will point out to you that I'm in right now that I'm probably going to get out because they look weak. It's just one stock specifically. But we'll go over the turmoil that I've had in my head with that play a little later. We're going to run through the indices first. So Guys, if you're here, thank you so much for being here. You're doing yourself an awesome favor by showing up this early to pre-market prep, simply because if you know the levels and you know what we're looking for and you show up every single day to see these levels, then you will be more prepared to take the trades. You'll have more confidence and confluency in your trades to be able to manage your trades, have that stop loss, and earn yourself some money. All right? So that's SPY. That's my take on SPY. It's headed right back up. It's trading at $3.99 right now in pre-market. So when I look at this thing, I'm waiting for it to come up here, probably hit this supply area one more time, fall back down, and I'll tell you what the two scenarios I'm seeing here. I'm seeing it trade up in the supply zone again today and either trade sideways in it, which would make me more bullish, for it to come up in this trading area and pull back and trade sideways, then I would still be bullish. But as long as that holds this new lower high, this one here, as long as that can hold this new lower high, then I will be pretty happy with holding the positions that I currently have right now. So, and yeah, class is in session. B. Stewie, good morning. Good to see you. I'm happy you're here. You are very dedicated, good sir. I got your book right here. I posted it up in the back so everybody can see it. Definitely recommend this book. It's got over 100 pages right off the get of live stock chart analysis. Okay, I mean, there's 100 pages right here. I mean, just tons. And they use the weekly, so this is a swing trader book. Very, very specific. It is a swing trader. This is far from daily, and you know that right away when you open it because all of it's on the weekly. So all of those stock charts are on the weekly chart. You're not going to catch one that's not, and if you do, it's because I've overlooked it. So point it out. So yeah, we're just going to see this. We're going to see what SPY wants to do here again in this 400 area. All right. So if we can see this thing play out right and push back up, then we're going to see some more resistance back at that 410 that we talked about all last week and the week before that. So that's the levels that we're hoping for. Now on the very bearish side, if we're looking to be heading down lower, well, if we see this thing get up into here and fail hard again and make a new lower low and test this 200-day moving average again, I'm going to be a little bit nervous. You know, I'll be a little skeptical of this thing actually taking off. Good morning, Mama. Mama's here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Mama, I actually have your package right here. I went out this morning and I grabbed this package. I think we'll wait till we have a few more viewers in here. I think there's 5 of you in here now. Once we get our average, you know, between 10 and 20 in here, that's when we will open up that package my good mama sent to me. I think it has a little bit to do with the stream, so we will see what that might be. Any guesses? Leave it up there in chat. I'm pretty pumped. I'm pretty stoked to open it up and show you guys what she's been working on the sides there for me. So, Mama's here. Good morning, Mama. Let's go ahead and give you a little sip shawana. This is a nice dark black coffee, freshly poured, so it's still hot. And that is delicioso. Mwah, mwah. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's continue. So next up, we have the IWM, which is the Russell. It's got over 2,000 shares in the Russell, and it focuses more on your small cap and your mid cap stocks. So not your Coca-Colas, not your Amazons. This is how the overall smaller cap, smaller business is working out right now. And as you can see, it's trading well above its 200-day moving average. And overall, it's created new lower highs. So we have this base here at 162, and it's made it this new lower high on the daily. And now it looks like it's trying to create a new lower high. I don't know if this will be its new lower high, but we will definitely be commentating and keeping an eye on it, watching as close as we possibly can to make sure that this IWM is still primed to head higher. So, good morning, good morning. What a great day. Today's going to be a great day. It's been really crappy weather out here. I don't know where you guys are at, but I'm in Michigan, this part of Michigan, and it's been pretty bad. And if you drive around, you can see who's living in a low spot and who's not. I know B. Stewie out there in Ohio has got it pretty bad. I know when I lived closer to Toledo, everybody would flood. Everybody's basements would flood. Even if you had a sump, you weren't sure if it was going to keep up. I mean, it was bad. It was real bad in Toledo. I remember when I was younger, actually, we had a few pretty bad floods, and it took a lot of our belongings actually that were down there. So next up is Netflix. So be careful when you're out there driving, guys, because it is nasty. 315.28 is where it has found support on Netflix. So Netflix is showing a little bounce, and it's looking constructive. I mean, after you see a big push-up off of its base, I mean, we had this huge downward turn here where it tried to recover for the longest time. And as you can see, after that big pull down, if you look at the volume down here, after it hit these bases, you can see all of this buying power. You know, after this huge sell-off, you can see all this accumulative buying power down here, much higher than its previous traded. And so when we look at that, we can understand that there's probably some institutional ownership buying up on this thing. It's also trading above its 200-day moving average, and it's starting to curl. So that's a really good sign for Netflix. That's a good sign that good things are to come. But, you know, things could fail real quick, a nice batch of bad news, or even if this market doesn't want to hold up on us, then Netflix could head back down. But right now it looks like everything is shaping up really well. Heck, even Microsoft. I drew out this Microsoft. I'm going to start saying it like that. Good old Microsoft. I think I need to wear a monocle to be saying it like that. But anyway, Microsoft here, I drew this liquidity area for you guys yesterday in pre-market. And you can see yesterday during the day, it came right up, touched this liquidity area. It didn't even get up into these 250, the 255 area. Like nowhere up here in this 255 area. This thing came up, just barely tested. And then we've seen all these wicks on the 15 and the 1 minute. And then it sold right back off. But good news though, is that at least it held yesterday's lows, and it still closed higher than yesterday's close. Okay, so that's good news for Microsoft. This thing could just tank though, you know, that's what the overall trickery is doing. But if we look at Microsoft on an overall daily basis, guys, this is still trading right by that 200-day moving average. So it still has time to shape up. It still has time to prove it to us and to prove it to the SPY that it's okay to be in this area. Now, I've been telling you guys time and time again with the SPY, I'd love to see it trade sideways for a week or two. I mean, it would suck because trading would be boring, right? Trading would be boring if it just traded sideways, but if we are looking for the overall bullish sentiment, I'd like to see some sustaining buying power, some price action to say we accept this $400 area, me and all of my friends do, and we're going to head higher now. That's what I want to see. That's the psychology that's behind it. Whether it's just in my head or that's what the market's thinking, we will see. So in Amazon, I always talk about Amazon and talk about how duty poopy this stock is under $100. Okay, now it might be worth something to you, it might be worth something to your grandma, but to me, if it's trading under the 200-day moving average, under that $100 psychological level, I don't care. I'm only going to show up to Amazon to see how it's doing in the overall sentiment because, and I say because Amazon is very heavily weighted in a lot of our ETFs. So if Amazon's moving, so is the market. Mikey just popped in. Mikey investing, good morning, good sir. Mikey, it's good to see you, brother. I know that you probably got your eyes on a few different ones. We could look at ILAG today. RNER is popping up. That don't look very good. But CDIO might be one that you want to take a look at, Mikey. It's about to run right in to that $2.68 heavy resistance with a peak at 332. Now I need to finish running through these indices, but we will come right back to CDIO. But Mikey, I think you're going to like that one, brother. So next up is going to be Meta on our list. And we go through Meta every single day because it is highly weighted. Also, Meta is a very big company and they're doing big things. So whether you like what's going on with Meta or you like the CEO or you don't trust them, regardless, when I look at these things, I'm looking, how can I make money? Okay, whether it's good or whether it's bad, how can I make money? So when I look at Meta, and I've been telling you guys time and time again, you're going to hear me repeat myself, but at least we'll be on the same page here, is Meta looks crappy at 185, okay? because 185 was his accepted price here. And every time it came to that 185 or 184, I like to say the round numbers, but 184, it just would bounce. Every time it would come down there, it kept bouncing hard, bouncing hard. But every time it would bounce, it created a less higher high. It kept making higher low or lower highs, lower high, lower high, lower high. And then when it came back down to test that 185, it broke. It had its distribution day, it came down, and then it never came back up to that 185, 184 area. So now it's piddling out and it's creating this area right here, 170. And if it can hold this 170 and shape up, it has the ability to head higher. But I do want to keep in mind, guys, a lot of times when you have these liquidity pushes, they are waiting for it to come back down here at its breakout area. So we have the opportunity to still come back down here to this 152 area, so please be careful. NVIDIA. Good old NVIDIA. We played the earnings on NVIDIA. We played the 5-minute range. Blake, this thing came back down beautifully and stopped me out when it touched these tops. Well, next time, this should be a soft stop, not a hard stop. So we learned from this. And, we're going to take better trades on this next time. Next time it comes back down here, we're going to keep an eye on it, keep a soft stop, because this might be a better area to buy into. And I've talked about this time and time again, where if it breaks out past, goes above, I'm waiting for it to come back and test to get in for a higher expected move. Well, it did what it did, and it got me out, so I need to learn from it, because if I don't learn from it, well, I'm just a loser. So Mikey says, I'd swing long Amazon if 96.87 holds. So let's just go look back at Amazon, just because Mikey's just a good mentor of mine, and I want to make sure I understand. So at this, he's saying at this 96.87. So yes. So in this area, you're saying in this area, if this whole area can hold, and if it can hold these gains and stay in this area for a while and then head higher and break out through here, yes, I definitely can see that, Mikey. Yeah, it needs to break out through here, break this area, start trading in this. It's going to have a lot of resistance here, but I think once it breaks out through this, but it needs to hold. It needs to find some place to hold. This, we wanted to see 100 hold. It broke through. I don't like it. If this breaks down and keeps heading lower, then we need to look for a place down here, probably in the 80-ish area. So you're watching on the 4-hour, okay? I like that. Let's take a look at the 4-hour. It's always good to zoom out. Yeah, so that looks even cleaner on the 4-hour, guys, because you can even take this liquidity pool that I'm looking at here and bring it all the way back here. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense if it can hold this area. But like I said, and so, if Mikey's talking about it holding out here on the 96, so if it can hold this area right here and head higher, I'm talking the same thing. If it breaks out of this $100 area, I'm going to be interested. So anything under this 100, I'm not interested. But if it can hold this area and then head higher and get above that 100, that's where I'm interested. So I like that, Mikey. Maybe actually getting in some size here if it can come back up and hold and start holding for the anticipation move higher with a stop loss below this liquidity area too. I like that as well. So yeah, I don't know exactly how you enter on your long-term positions if you dollar cost average in. I only know Mikey on his short trades, so I'm trying to learn from Mikey on his longer term setups as well. So appreciate you being here. Good morning, brother. Thank you. Let's carry on though really quick, guys. Let's look at good old Uncle Tesla. Now, Uncle Tesla makes my stomach hurt. If you guys were here yesterday, I was almost pulling my hair out on stream. Now, I seen this set up in pre-market, and I always tell you guys, if it breaks 200, I'm longing this thing. If it breaks 200 on the south side, I want to short this thing. Well, it broke that 200 in a very clean way yesterday. It broke that 200. Let me put this back on the hourly. It broke that 200, and it only looked back to see if VWAP was tasty, and it did. It gave VWAP a tasty little licking, and it decided to take off higher. So from yesterday, when we seen it break through that 200, you would be up 5.89%. So nothing too crazy, but it's one that I missed because I've been preaching this 200 area on this show for 3 weeks now, guys. Holy goodness gracious. 3 weeks, it finally breaks through in a large way. Now, I played it here too. I played it here on this break at 200, and that's where we made some nice chips. Okay, we made some nice chips here. I really enjoyed that play. We took out half here, got the other half out here. You know, we only made like 30 or 40 bucks, but those compound. That's how you make money, guys. You keep compounding that interest and lose less than what you're making, right? And look, as we talk, that SPY's coming right back into that liquidity area. It's showing some breakdown. Now, this is pre-market, so we don't have to give it too much mind. But we are just going to keep that. We're going to keep that up on the right-hand side so we know. Now, Tesla's popping up here, and Tesla's running right into this patch of liquidity. So we're going to see how Tesla wants to act in this area right here, okay? This area is pretty jam-packed. It's got a few other tests right here, okay? So this is going to be our final boss in Tesla for it to move higher. If it can break out even higher than this, well, then we're going to look for other areas. We're going to look at different parts of Tesla. Where is it going to break down? Where is it going to slow down? And I think definitely this 200 moving average is definitely going to be a psychological area for your long-term swing traders, right? As well. So hurry back, Mikey. Hurry up. We got, let's see, Google, Googl. All right, so Google looking just like Amazon, really bad here, guys. Or really good here, in a sense. I mean, if we want to look on the positive side, maybe this is its new lower high. You know, maybe this is the absolute perfect time to get in. Now, for me, this isn't the best time for me to get in because this is what I would consider catching a falling knife, right? Because I'm going to try and catch this knife, but this knife can fall, or at least I would consider catching this knife anywhere in this area, right? So I could catch this here, you know, or maybe what I do is because it's touching this area and it breaks and it's breaking through this supply or demand zone, and it only touches it and it wants to head higher, plus on a psychological $90 area, that might be a really good buy. Personally, I can't do it because it's not following any of my moving averages. I'm kind of blind without knowing, like, hey, it's under my moving average, because, you know, I can make up a trade here, but I can't replicate the trade here. So that's actually a really good point. A really good point. So I'm gonna say that again. I could make a trade here, but I don't think I could continually replicate this trade. Now, I could just take this trade and then put it in my charting as supply and demand on the daily. But when I do that, then I don't have consistency with my stop losses. I won't have consistency with my profit taking, because right now I'm already back testing. Granny Ranny. Granny Ranny is in the house. Good morning, bear with horns and friends. That's right. I am the bear with horns. I try to see both sides because you never want to get too biased in any situation. So Granny Ranny is in the building. My guardian angel, the love of my life, my good old grandma. Grandma, I'm happy you're here. I love you very much. Thank you for swinging in, and God bless you. I know you're drinking coffee, and I know it's the way I like it too. Warm and black. So that one's for you, Granny Ranny, and check it out. Stick around because we got a little package from Mama. Mama sent this, and we are going to open that up in live stream to see what it is. And I have a good feeling it has something to do with this live stream. So hopefully it's not something really weird, you know, like my hair, my first time getting a haircut or something. She sends me like some memorabilia stuff, and I open it up on air, embarrassed as heck. So we'll see, but we'll see. It's a nice little surprise. I'm very pumped. I'm very excited for it. So let's take a look at Apple, guys. I did just skim over the Qs. We might as well look at the Qs while we're right here. But the Qs isn't doing much. It's trading sideways, which is good in our book, right, guys? It bounced off this 200, and now it's just bouncing in between this 296 and this 292 area. You know, when I give you these areas, they're not perfect. They're not, crisp. It's not going to be 292 exactly, or 282 exactly. But, keep that in mind, guys, that you're always going to have your areas. That's why, I paint these huge areas like this, is because, if I made them just these lines, I don't want anybody thinking like, oh, look, this came up and it hit this line and it broke through, so you're wrong. Well, that's not what I'm saying. I like psychological areas, so I feel like I would have been more right depending on what day we are talking about with this line. If you're looking at it on a 1 hour, if you're looking at it on a 5 minute, if you're only looking at this time frame, So everything is relative, guys. So that's why I like painting these bigger swaths. So that way we can say this general area is its area of supply, as this general area is the area for its demand. And so it's bouncing in between those areas. So I'm just drawing those out for you guys so you get just a better understanding of what's going on. So, with all these lines, if I just drew a line right here at 400, we wouldn't see all of this happening down here at 399. But we know that the supply starts from 399, heck, even a little lower, 398.50 really, all the way up here to this 402, okay? But I just give these areas so you guys have a better understanding and we can all kind of be on the same page, okay? So Apple, now if you guys remember, I told you I took an Apple short at the end of the day. Now, first thing in the morning yesterday for pre-market, I ended up getting out of this because it had a nice little gap up and things started looking strong. So I lost a couple, I think $2 on this trade. But look, this is why we have stop losses, guys. This is why I always will bring up my losers as well as bringing up all my winners, is because if we don't learn from our trades, we're losers. And I don't want to be a loser, and I don't want anybody watching the show that thinks that they're a loser. You can learn from your mistakes, and that's what's going to make us grow on the show, even as a community. Because the things that I'm preaching right now to you can be used outside in life, okay? You need to learn from your mistakes. All right, if you stub your toe every morning on that same chair, well, if you don't learn from moving the chair or learning that chair is there, then you're just a loser. You're a loser who's going to stub his toe on that chair every morning, and that might be a very specific example from my life, but no one will truly know. So Apple, I did get out of that, and I admitted that I was wrong in that short at that time. And now look, Apple comes up and it's testing its liquidity area, okay? In its let's call this the resistance area, or its liquidity area, okay, which is in this 150 area. It's also pretty psychological, right? 150, almost spot on. If we look at 150 exactly, you can see there's been 1, 2, 3 areas it's touched. So this area has been accepted as a specific price. All right. Now we got this coming up here and touching and breaking down, almost kind of looking just like the SPY here, where it's coming up, touching that liquidity, kind of coming on down. As long as we don't see heavy breakdowns here, I'm still the bull, right? I'm still got my bull horns on. They're chalked up. They're ready to go. I want to see your investments. I want to see my investments, my 401ks, Roth IRAs, your retirements, your supplementals, all of that. We want to see all that moving higher. I want to see everybody get rich, baby, and retire wealthy. Okay, and the only way to do that is if you are investing long term. Okay, and if anybody wants to know how to invest long term, well, I'm not a financial advisor, but I can tell you how I do it, give you my opinions on it, and that way you can either relate or throw everything I say right in the garbage, because I'm just a big talking head on YouTube, guys. What the heck do I know? So SMH, now this is looking pretty nice. SMH had a constructive breakdown, or pullback, we should call it, right back into this consolidation area of 235, and it just is trading sideways now, kind of getting a little choppy here. I'd like to see it really tighten up, and it looks kind of like it's been doing it the past 2 or 3 days, 1, 2, and then hopefully today, this third day. This is kind of choppy, but that third day can get really tight on that 30-day moving average and show us that it wants to head even higher. This would be absolutely beautiful. Especially, we need those chips. We need chips. We know that there's a lot of, chip sectors and things that are out there. So let me just double check to see if there's anything on this chat or anything I can do for this Facebook thing, guys. So trying a new thing on Facebook. I had a gentleman reach out to me. We're trying to work together a little bit on these chats to try and bring in more viewers for his Facebook, which is Robinhood stock watch list. I should look that up now because that sounded absolutely horrible. Yeah, it's bad when you your tongue starts to get tied when you're on live stream. So it's Robinhood's stock market watch list. Yes, it is a mouthful, but there's a lot going on there, guys. So what I got going on is I'm actually in a live trading room, and what I do there is I just post. I'm posting our YouTube on there. So I'm just double checking, make sure everything's good to go, because guys, absolutely want to reach as many of you as that I possibly can, because there's a lot of people, first of all, that I feel like that I could protect. And why do I say that? Not because I'm wearing a cape, not because I feel like, you know, like people need protecting, but I wish that I had that in the beginning, and I really did. I had a gentleman by the name of Brad. He actually kind of took me under his wing. He didn't want to. He didn't. It sucks taking in noobs sometimes, because you give them all this information and they just don't care, or they quit trading within 2 weeks. And so it just kind of sucks, but you know, that's what's nice about having this YouTube, is you can constantly bring in, you know, more people. And if you actually get people that want to learn and they stick around and they hang out for a while, it's amazing to watch people grow. And I've learned that in jiu-jitsu. It's amazing to watch people grow. It's amazing to see, you know, everybody constantly get better every single day. And then on top of that, if you have like you know, a young student that came in and he didn't know nothing, and the next thing you know, he's like, check out this trade, or check out this move, or check this out, and they get excited. You see that they're getting passionate for it, and they're getting excited. That's what gets me excited. So if I can reach out to as many people as I can, and we can have a great audience in here, you know, this is only going to get better. It's only going to get me more excited. It's only going to get me more amped up for all this. So we went through the our main sediment. And if we look through this main sediment, guys, it's kind of just like I've been saying, even from yesterday, we want to see this at least hold this new higher low, right? We want to see it make a new higher low. We want to see it trading in this area and try to hold. But if we're going to come up in this area and fail, and then come back up and fail even more, you know, it's not looking the best for the overall market. So this is going to need some time. So when I look at things like this, I think to myself, hey, what I need to do is I need to be sure that I'm on the right side of the market. And where is my line drawn? My line is drawn on this 200-day moving average and this trend line, okay? That's when I'm risk off. Right now I'm risk on, and anything on these pullbacks, I'm probably gonna add into my positions if it sets up right, if it sets up with my criteria, okay? So let's go through my positions while we're at it, guys. And let's see, it's 8:30, so we got 1 hour till market open. That gives me a time to take a quick sip. Ooh, that's good. That's good stuff. I should get like a coffee, somebody like advertise for me for coffee, you know, and like every 30 seconds I can do a loud sip and yell as loud as I can in order. Anyway, back to the learning, guys. Let's get into it. So these are my positions right here on the right hand side. We have DHT. As you see, we had a beautiful cup and handle play out on the daily. If we look even further back here, we have this big cup and handle. We also have this gap up on earnings that held very well, pulled back, rode this 10-day, and now looks like it's wanting to push higher. So I ended up missing this on this long one here. And then this cup and handle, it just kind of blew through. And when it blows through these cup and handles, I need to see it come back and test. Well, look, it did come back and test, and I missed my shot. I missed my shot here. You know, right there on the 10-day, right there testing its previous cup top, and on big volumes. I mean, it's beautiful. So what did I do? I waited for it to break another cup, and it's forming that handle. So I got in here on its what I would consider handle yesterday. We got in small share size. We're only 25 shares of this, guys. We're up a cup of coffee, you know, look at that. And we're looking for a very much larger expected move than this. This thing only moves 4.3%. So it's not the fastest moving stock, but I do like DHT with the overall market looking weaker in these times. Well, DHT showed that it was a true leader in the market. So I am in DHT because it is a leader rather than a laggard. AI. So guys, I'm still in AI, and I'll probably hold a small core position. It's very small share size. I think I'm down $3 on this thing. I'm only holding 20 shares of this. Now, 20 shares could make or break you in this, because if you look, we're at 22. You know, if it goes up to 26, that's $60. If it goes down $3, you know, I'm going to be down that same amount. So that you know, in some accounts, if you make $100 or lose $100, that might be a big deal to you. So you need to really understand what your risk is. So my risk here is this 21.35. If it breaks this, I'm going to get out while still looking for a bull trap or a bear trap, okay? What is that? It means if it breaks down this area and clears, say, down to this 1850 and then starts to rip back up, that means it's just trapping a bunch of short sales here, which then would in turn push this even higher. Which on like this would be, I think this would be considered like a type 1, where it breaks all the liquidity here, then shoots up and then tries to clear all the liquidity at the top before pulling back one more time before heading higher. So sometimes these stocks will do that just because they're super, I mean, there's a lot of people, there's a ton of people watching this guy. So AI is going to be a big one, and it's going to be in a big way. Whether it's up or down, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I have my money to the upside, and you can see right where I got in here. My shares I have at 22.34, risking this 21.38-ish area. This is a soft stop. So I'm going to keep a real close eye on AI, because if this thing doesn't do something in the next 2 days, I'm going to get out before earnings, because earnings will just completely, it's just completely a gamble to me. So I'll trade after earnings for sure, right after earnings, you know, like at morning bell. I got within 5 minutes. You guys have seen me. I'll trade within 5 minutes of the open bell. If it creates a good range and there's enough liquidity and you know the spread is tight, then I will take a trade on it. So, we're gonna hold off on AI. We'll probably be just managing that position today. SMCI, so you guys were here yesterday when I got in SMCI. So I got in SMCI because a couple reasons. Let me go over the reasons why I shouldn't be in SMCI right now, okay? Couple reasons. One, I've missed this trade 2 times, okay? I've missed this trade, well, maybe just the one, but look at this breakout. See this cup? When it broke out here, well, that's the buy-in area, right? And I missed that buy-in area. And that's all right. I missed it. No big deal. But I should have waited for, you know, for it to come back down to test this area. Instead, I waited for this thing to come back down and test VWAP. Okay? This is my number one stock. In a sense, this is my number one stock. This is my main watch. This is where I have most of my money in. Now, I'm not fully into this thing. I only got 20 shares. But 20 shares is a pretty big deal because this thing can move 5.9%. Okay, so 5.9%, let's just look at this thing like here today. That means it can move down to about this 96 area. So $4, $5, $6 So we take 6, multiply that by 20. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That's $120, guys, that this thing can put on my account. Okay, I don't want to lose $120. My biggest loser of this month so far, I think, is $24. So I don't want to lose that much, but I'm willing to risk close to that much because I believe in this trade. And if you guys look, my risk is this top. Now it's a soft stop, okay? Because if it comes down here and it tests, or if it just lingers, I'm going to stay in this trade. I'm going to hold out and I'm going to see what happens, okay? Now, you know, it looks like this is shaping up. And if you look at the SPY, it did have a nice little push over the night. But, you know, we don't need to go over that. We already went over the SPY. But I do want you guys to know I am a bit of a sweaty trader in this one because I have a little bit more than what I want, and it's a little extended. Look at this 10-day, you know. Look at this 10-day. It's a little extended for me, guys. So this is definitely, I'm learning while I trade this, okay? Because I love this trade. I wanted to be in this trade. You guys seen the fear of missing out yesterday. You seen the fear of missing out. I kept saying, you know, I'm itching. I'll just buy one share. I'll just buy one share. It sounded like a fiend over here, you know, trying to get my trade on. Oh, I got to trade. Well, I did, but I at least waited for this pullback and this test on this VWAP. And then we got in some shares, and I can't remember right if I added or not. Let's see, 102.27. Let's see, 102. Nah, we're almost right on where we're supposed to be. So we are up on this trade. It's not going to update till the market opens, but our P&L from the open, we're probably up a cup of coffee, and that's probably it. Next trade is going to be OPRA. You guys were here when I took the 5-minute range break on OPRA. If you guys look, let's look at the 5-minute here. if you guys look at this 5-minute range break that I took, you can see that it came right back down and tested that 5-minute range break. It tested that 5-minute low. Look at that. Came right down and touched it. But that's why we like to use some soft stops, right? Now, if I left for the trade, I probably would have set this low enough down here, maybe a little bit lower, just because it is sitting just maybe a half a penny lower. But either way, it came down, it tested this area, and it headed up higher. Now, we are very small share size in this, guys, because I learned from the Roblox trade, right, that it came up, and when it starts to pop in and it tests resistance and it's not in blue skies or anywhere near it, we're going to either take low share size or we're not even going to mess with this thing at all. So I took very low share size because I wanted to take this trade. I wanted to do it, 1, for entertainment, and 2, because it's in my criteria. Okay, so I advise, if it is in your criteria, to take your trade so that way you get enough back-tested trades and enough back-tested studies, but you got to make sure it's in your criteria. All right, so let's see what we got going on now, guys. Let's see. If you got anything that you're watching that I am not on here, you need to let me know. Put it in the chat. Let me know, baby, because I want to be your voice. We got to see what else. Oh, XM. So XM, guys, this is the one I wanted to take a look at. So XM yesterday, as you can see, XM had this beautiful breakout. Let me get on this hourly here. So we had XM, and you guys know I've played XM back here on the 5-minute range break. We got, after the 3rd day, we got half of our shares out here. Then it traded down, and after it broke its 10-day moving average, which was right here, we ended up getting the last bit of our shares out. So this was overall a winning trade in the very beginning. And now we are looking for another trade here because it's shaping up on this 21-day moving average. It's holding that 21-day moving average. It's heading higher. It's been trading sideways after its earning gap up. I mean, this thing looks like a leader. It looks very strong. But one thing I do want to point out on this thing, after it came back up into this area, okay, into its highest traded liquidity area, which is right in here. After it came up and touched this liquidity area, this thing sold off pretty hard. Now it caught here and made a new lower high. Okay, but I don't like seeing this. I don't like seeing this thing sell off that hard. So we only have 15 shares. You know, we're only down $5 in this thing. We took low share size because if you guys remember on stream yesterday, I had already had like 4 or 5 positions out, and you guys know I don't like having a ton of positions. I rather have a lot of money into a few positions rather than have a few positions with few money, right? I'd rather be more concentrated in a few and manage those few rather than be spread out this far. If I want to spread my money out, it's going to be on long term, and it's going to be an ETF. You know, it's going to be on something that's spread out throughout, and it's going to, you know, I'm going to let somebody else manage that money for me, like having my money in SPY or TQs or the Qs or SMH, you know, that the semiconductor ETF that we talked about. So let's move on. So I took DraftKings. I really like DraftKings. It came down here in this liquidity area. All right, and you guys know we've played DraftKings well back here. Actually, I got in DraftKings right at this 200-day moving average, and then after it broke out, went way up here. I kept telling you guys during stream, I said that, you know, that's beautiful, I absolutely love it, and I want to start averaging in. So after it broke this, I started getting more shares in. When it came all the way down here, I got more shares in here at this base, and then it came right down here, and it got me out. I was up a few bucks, but in the overall term, I was actually down, or I was actually up. Sorry, I was up. Well, you know, a couple $100 up here. But by the time I finished averaging in, by the time I get down to here, I think I was only up like $5 or $10. But I didn't want to make a winning trader and turn it into a losing trader, so I did cut the trade. Now I think my averaging in was a little too aggressive, obviously. Especially with the overall market, the way it looked at the time. I should have just, you know, maybe not been so aggressive in my add-ins, maybe added in something on this pullback, sure, but waited for it to shape up before I added more in. Now, we did have earnings here just a few days later, so that's a big sentiment too. Rabia's here. Good morning, Rabia. Since Rabia's here, Right after DraftKings, we'll do Airbnb. I'm in Airbnb as well. It looks like we're up a little bit on Airbnb, but we will go over Tesla in just a minute, Rabia. So if you look at Airbnb here, guys, I took Airbnb, simply put, let's look on the 4 hours so we get a better idea. So if you look at Airbnb, you can see it had this nice push up on liquidity, and then boom, this heavy explosion because of earnings. It showed that it did really, really well. So now it came back down. Now we played earnings. We played these earnings, or no, we didn't play earnings, but we marked it out as if we did because we missed that trade. It took off on us. We didn't want to have that fear of missing out and that rush to get in that trade. So it came back down, and now it's testing this area. If it does not hold this area, I'm going to get out of Airbnb, okay? But it tested this area. We liked it. It held. It came up, and when it pulled back, we ended up getting in yesterday on that consolidation. Okay, so we're gonna watch and see how Airbnb holds up here, but I'm not like a huge advocate for Airbnb. I feel like Airbnb is like getting kicked out of places. Nobody likes Airbnb because there's a lot of turmoil with Airbnb out there in the news. It's not anything I really want to get into, but I will say that I don't necessarily believe in Airbnb. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great concept, but I think it's too easy for another company to do the same exact thing, right? To just model that same business model and make their own money, or just use Airbnb to get advertisement out there, but then do the sale on their own. You know, I know a ton of people that are doing that, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. I'm in Airbnb just because I like that. But if I see any signs at all in Airbnb that might say, "Hey, this thing's gonna fail," I'm getting out of here quick. All right. So those are the trades that I'm in right now. Obviously, I want to keep an eye on SMH or SMCI just because that's my biggest position. So we'll leave that up over there. And for Rabia, we'll look at Tesla over here on the lefty side. So we talked a little bit about this morning, guys, but we can at least see, and we'll go over it all again with Rabia, is we had this constructive pullback on Tesla. It broke that $200 area and then bounced off of its 21-day moving average. Now, a lot of swing traders watch this 21-day moving average for strength. It bounced off that 21 and held this area. Okay, held this area and then broke through on this 200-day moving, this $200 psychological area. Now, as you guys know, I've been talking for 3 weeks now on that $200 area. Not only is it pointed out here, but if we look at on the daily, it goes well back into this area, guys. So this 200 is a very, very important spot. So when we look at this area and we ask ourselves, well, what's our next stop? If we break out through 200, where's our next stop? So that's why I posted this gray matter, we'll call it, this gray matter up here to the north side. What is this gray matter? Well, that's where other people are sitting. That's where, when people got really excited and this thing pushed up higher, this is where all your excited liquidity, all your dumb money, we'll call it, okay? This is where your dumb money bought this thing up, and then it failed. And then it found a bid down here, and it pushed up through this 200, and boom, people either took their profits up here, they're taking their profits, or the dumb money's buying, and then it sells off. So people are getting stuck up here. So that's why I keep calling it that. There's people up here that are holding on to this that are like, oh crap, why did I buy it up here? Next time it comes up, I'll get out for break even. Okay, so you need to understand there's supply up here. That's that gray matter is the supply. It's the bag holders. So now it's coming back up here, and it's got this nice push. It traded sideways for us. Thank you for trading sideways, Uncle Tesla. And then look, in pre-market, it breaks out through and heads higher. Okay, and then it traded sideways and pushed up a little higher. Now look, it's pushing up right into that liquidity area. So I highly doubt this thing just breaks right through this liquidity area and heads on higher. How this stock usually would move is it's going to pull back and find support on or above this psychological $200 area. So I'm expecting a pullback, and you can use that pullback for an area to either get in or to wait to see it shape up. There's many things that you can do. But when it actually comes to trading Tesla, right now, I wouldn't want to be in. I would want to be getting some of my money out from this break of 200 that I didn't get in. Right? Still mad about that. I should have just went full account, right? Full account, and then you guys like, whoa, holy crap, you know? But no, guys, I mean, if we're looking at this, this is an area of selling, okay? Now, I would love to see it hold out in this area and shape up and head higher, but we just got to keep in mind that there are bag holders. People are going to be looking at selling when they wake up and they see that they're up this kind of money. There's going to be some selling, profit taking, sorry. There's going to be profit taking. There's going to be a lot of that. So Rabia says she sold her, I don't know why I say she. Rabia, the person, I don't know if you're male or female, that doesn't even matter, but I sold half of my position at 207. Will sell the rest if it hits 212. So 207. Now that's a really good area too, because you can see right here you have price action right here in this 207, and that would be an ideal spot to take your first piece. And you're saying 212 is your next area, which is absolutely beautiful, because if we look at 212, well, 210 is going to be our first main area, and then that next spot is going to be, yeah, right there in the 212, which is the VWAP area, and then there's 214. I'm just using the VWAP area, which is the volume weighted average price in the areas of the previous days where it's trading up into. So Rabia, I really like your game plan. I really like your strategy. What was your stop loss and where was your buy in? I'm not sure if you brought that up to us yesterday, Rabia, but where did you actually get into the ticker, and where was your stop loss when you get in? You don't have to disclose that information, but I always like for all of our viewers to know that we like to start with risk. So Rabia, it sounds like you're up really nice. I'm really, really impressed. I'm really happy with that. Yeah, waiting for it to drop to buy it in again. Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great thing to do, because you know this, and if it breaks out through, then that's another game plan, right, Rabia? We have more than one game plans, guys, because we're gonna wait to react. So waiting to react is some of the best thing. Like, if you don't know what to do, then wait. All right, if you don't know what to do, don't look for a trade, wait for a trade. And something will jump out, something will scream out at you, and then you'll start drawing lines on the chart for the technical analysis. You'll start doing your own due diligence into the company. You'll start looking back on the chart to see if there's other daily resistance, you know, and it can get a lot of fun. So we'll come back to Tesla. Actually, let's just finish this up, and then we're going to look at LMT for my boy out there, B. Stewie. Let's see. This round, my average buy-in was 166, Rabia? 166? Oh my gosh, 166. Let's take a look. Oh, goodness gracious. So you've seen a little bit of consolidation here and ended up getting in. 166. Wow, what a trade, Rabia. What a trade. Very well done. So if we take a look, Rabia bought in here at 166 and has taken her first bout of profits at 207. So she's roughly up over 20% on that first piece, guys. So congratulations, Rabia. Congratulations to you. I absolutely love seeing profits being taken. So awesome job, Rabia. Good morning, homie. Good morning, Stu Klott. I absolutely love seeing you in here. Thank you very much. I'm going to take this opportunity to actually give you some more visual perspective. I'm glad you like the new angle, because I'm usually looking at this chart, right? So I want it to look like I'm actually looking at you guys. So this is me. This is my coffee. And this is me taking a little sip Shawana, because you know I need it. Lord knows I need it. Now that's good coffee. If you guys know any coffee sponsors, send them my way. I'll drink their coffee. I drink Aldi's coffee because it's like cheap. Like, I think it's like $7 to $11 a can, and it'll last me, you know, months. So, you know, if you want to get some free airtime in, you send me coffee. I'll drink your coffee on the show. But Stu, I wouldn't make coffee because I don't think Klott coffee would sound very well. Klott coffee, drink it thick. You know? All right, guys, let's take a look at LMT for my boy Stewie. Not to be confused with Stu Klott, my boy B. Stewie, all right? We don't want to get confused. So LMT, guys, I like the looks of LMT, but first, right off the get, I want you to know it is a very slow mover. This is Lockheed Martin. I do believe Lockheed Martin actually is fixed, like they're known as like a defensive stock. I don't know exactly, this is what's great about pre-market. I can just go ahead and take LMT, throw it up on here. And so I was just going to guess and basically tell you guys, I think this is like rockets and big boomy blow up things for war, but I don't know 100%. So that's what's great about the show is we can go further in depth, especially because we still have over 30 minutes during pre-market to get ourselves set up. So let me read what Lockheed Martin is. So Lockheed Martin Corporation. Bad idea. Is a global security and aerospace company which engages in the research, design, development, manufacture, integration, and sustainment of technology systems, products, and services. It operates through the following business segments: aeronauts, missiles and fire control, MFC, rotary and mission systems, and space. The aeronaut segment researches, designs, develops, manufactures, integrates, sustains, supports, and upgrades advanced military aircraft, including combat and air mobility aircraft, unmanned air vehicles, and related technologies. I don't think I need to say much more, guys. We kind of get the sentiment, right? Big boomy bang blow up things, right? So if you are looking for a space in this area, Lockheed Martin is a space that we can look at. So I know it's a very popular stock, but like I was saying before, it only moves 1.5%. It is a very slow mover, okay? So if we're looking at Lockheed Martin, it is getting very tight on this 10-day moving average, okay? But remember, guys, it's been consolidating like this, and it has not made anybody any money. Like if you put money in this back here in what is this, October 28th, 2022, it's still trading at that same price. So for a whole year, you could have put your money in this. You could wake up after your coma and you'd be like, this thing didn't make me any stinking money. Well, big reason why, guys, is because it's such a slow mover. Now, if you want to put your money in somewhere that seems more safe, this might be the stock to do it because it pays a very large dividend of $3. It also has bounced off this 200-day moving average multiple times, and as long as it's trading above it, it looks like it might be a safer buy. Now, if you look at this, Lockheed Martin, the best times to buy are when it's just below or right on its 200-day moving average. So some might consider this extended. You might just want to wait until it actually breaks out of this so that way you have a proper risk reward. Say Lockheed Martin breaks this 490 area, heads up to this 500, and then trades sideways to head higher, then yeah, I mean, I could understand that. But right now, this is just boring to me. It's a boring stock. Now reading, I'll say what's not boring about this stock is reading its definition. It's like a page right out of Revelations, it sounds scary, big bang boomy thing. So be careful if you're gonna mess with this stock, because they might shoot you out of the sky if you're a weather balloon or something, right? So that's my take on LMT. So just running through my positions over here on the right hand side, not really giving them too much attention, just taking a quick peeky gander to see where they lie. So it looks like everything's doing a-okay on my position sides, nothing too crazy, nothing too mashed up. Let's take a look at our low float stock. So CDIO, it looks like CDIO wants to ramp right up here. I'm gonna go ahead and mark its top. So I already marked yesterday, I marked right here. I don't know if this was yesterday I marked it, but it was at 267. It's its highest volatile area. And if we zoom out here, there's not too much more going on. I guess there's some in this area too, but it looks like this may have canceled it out. So go ahead and keep that in mind. You're welcome, B. Stewie. Anything for my homies? Appreciate you guys being in here and being so dedicated to this channel. So as we speak, SPY is breaking down here a little bit. And like that, I mean, this is why I put the supply area, so we're not surprised by it, guys. Like, we know it's going to happen, right? We just want to see it hold. So every time it comes in here and it does sell off as we anticipate, we just want to see it hold this area somewhere above its lows, right? So this is all positive. Anytime we see these breakdowns, we already know it's going to happen because that gray matter is going to eat that up. So now CDIO, in case you are one of our small cap, low float whales of a stock trader, CDIO is going to have eyes on it just as well as TRKA and OCUL. So TRKA was a big mover. It broke through this liquidity area, and I told you guys if this thing can shape up and wait for that 10, 20, or 30-day moving average, this might be a nice breakout to the higher side. It decided to do that well before I decided to take that trade, well extended. So be careful if you're still in this trade. If you have monies in it, I always like to see you take profits. So we're going to take a look at TMBR because Rabia is on the track. So TMBR, it had this, let's just take a look at the daily, okay? So TMBR, it traded sideways. Now, I think we need to keep in mind, guys, that TMBR on the short, let's just see, TMBR, its short is at 2.7%, so it's not a huge short interest. And with the float, TMBR is at 2.9 million. All right, so you guys know what I say about these low floats. These 2.9 millions, these really, really small, these really, really low float share sizes. Guys, you have to be careful in these. You have to be careful. If you're not careful, your face can get ripped off, right? I mean, you don't want that. You definitely do not want that. So keep that in mind. But if we look at the actual stock itself, you can see TMBR created this long range here, and then it broke through on volume. So after it broke that volume there, it traded above it for a while, okay? And when it traded above that for a while, there was nothing really stopping it. There's not like a ton of overhead resistance until you get like way back here, you know, up into the $100 area. So this thing actually has the ability to move higher, but we have to keep in mind that a lot of these pharmaceuticals, they want to dilute their shareholders. And if I brought up the SEC filings right now, I guarantee I could find something on it that said it had a prospectus for supplement, meaning they want to dilute their shareholders. So just be careful in these guys, especially pharmaceuticals. But it's shaping up. So if you're bullish on this thing, I can give you its bullish sentiment because I just gave its bearish sentiment. So its bullish sentiment is it's traded above its breakout area. It came down and already tested. It came back up to test this huge area of liquidity at $3, a psychological level. And now look, it broke through it, it came down, and now it's trading sideways in its most liquidity area, okay, which is actually more like 283. But I like using the psychological levels of that $3. So technically, this is its highest traded area at this 284. So it's trading above its liquidity, above its accepted price, and now its psychological area of that $3 it's still trading in. So this really could shape up and head on higher. That is just my take. It's not a buy or sell recommendation at all, guys. You got to understand, you know, trading is hard. Trading is very tough, and you have to be careful with what you're doing. So I would always start by knowing your stop loss. So if this thing wants to take off, if there's something that you want to get into, make sure you have a tight stop loss. Make sure you're using a hard stop on these things because they will rip your face off, okay? They will. They'll rip your face off, so be careful. Let me just reach out to Carlos to make sure that he knows. All right, so just had to reach out. We're just making sure that we're doing our due diligence when it comes to marketing ourselves, guys. And since I haven't done it yet, Right back here is my red submarine. This has nothing to do with the subscribe button. There is zero correlation to the red submarine, to the subscribe button. But I just wanted to point that out because that's what I do. If you want more live commentary, live stock market trading, or analysis, guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And I am an introvert that needs attention. So what am I doing behind these four walls? Well, I love it, but I need attention, so I need an audience. So why don't you hang out with us for a while, learn a few things from me, and I can do my best to teach you, all right? So SPY is breaking down from that area. We're going to see it's trading at 398.19. We're going to see if this thing wants to create new higher lows, because if this thing breaks down, then the rest of my stocks will probably be right behind it, and I will have to exit. But we'll see. We'll see how things happen. We'll see how things shape up, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that being said, let's go through the indices really quick. So we got the SPY breaking down at 398.19. IWM trying to stay put at 188.45, looking very well in the overall sentiment of the markets. Netflix just trading sideways. It's going to try and hold out that area of 317 today. We'll see if it wants to hold that as it stands. Now Microsoft is below its 200-day moving average. So until we see something happen, until we see something do a little better there with that, then we don't really care about Microsoft until it starts shaping up above that 200-day moving average. And I really hope it does, because this is very heavily weighted, as well as Amazon, Meta, Google, Nvidia. They're all very heavily weighted stocks in the SPY. And if you guys want the SPY to go higher as bad as I do, we want to see every one of these stocks doing better. And if they don't, we'll take off the bear horns, baby, and we'll be the bear horns. Well, that's what it is, right? We'll take the horns off the bear, and we will start swiping. We'll start looking for things that we can short into pops and holding for the bigger move. Next up is Amazidian. So good old Amazidian. Amazidian trading in this liquidity area we told you about. If this thing can hold out and can head higher, then we will be happy to keep an eye on it after it breaks that 100 and can hold that 100. But until then, I don't care about this. It's looking a lot like a head and shoulders pattern. I don't know if you guys know what head and shoulders is, but here's a shoulder, and here's the head. So shoulder, shoulder, head, and usually when there's a head and shoulders pattern, what happens is it breaks down from its second shoulder that it creates. So these are all relative, guys. You can see head and shoulders and everything. Somebody might argue and say, no, this is the head and shoulders. Somebody might say, no, this is the head and shoulders. Somebody might say, no, this is the head and shoulders. But that's all relative, guys. That might be, 3 heads on 3 shoulders. So I'm not going to argue with you. You can call it whatever you want. But these are here for us to keep an eye on, to have a better understanding of what's going on. Simply put, it's here for our sentiment, our better understanding. So when we come back, we can see this chart and go, oh, hey, that's why that gray area is there. And we can play off of it, So I do like where this is shaping up. If this can hold, this might be a nice area to get into. But anything under that 200-day is pretty ugly. So Meta's looking good, guys. I like Meta at 170. Let's see. We make sure we got to keep caught up on the chat and make sure everybody's happy. We got to make sure everybody's happy. If you're not happy, I'm not happy. Let's see. Good job, Rabia. I have a good day too. Also, a warm hello to B Stewie and Stu Clot. Granny Ranny, we do appreciate you being here. Thank you. TMBR, we already took a look at, and there's 11 of you in here watching now. I do appreciate you. So if I am not going over something that you want me to, please bring it up in chat, guys. It's so simple. Bring it up in chat, because if I am not watching what you want to be commentated on, then I'm not doing my job. And I want to make sure I do my job for you so I can keep bringing you back every single day that I'm live, which is Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. What we can do while we're waiting on anybody that wants to, we are going to go through this long list of stocks we have. From the top to the bottom, we're going to be going over my favorite looking stocks, and then we will be heading down towards the least favorable stocks, and then we will go over the stocks that I am in and trading now. And then don't forget to stay tuned, because I have this little package that I'll be opening up today, and it's a little something from Mama Mama gave in, and we'll see what it is. And I think it'll be pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited. So, B Stewie says, "Good morning, Granny Ranny. All that love out there." MNDY. So I've been watching Monday for years now, guys. So I still have marks charted out here when I played MNDY from before. And you know, when this thing started to take off, I actually bought it in this area and bought in, but ended up breaking out for break even. But I actually bought this thing well up here in this area. And who would have knew you could make so much money? I mean, imagine, just for poops and giggles, if you ended up, I mean, you could be up 58% on this thing if you would have taken a short in this area, or even, you know, even here, you'd be up 207%. I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. But MNDY definitely looking like one to start shaping up here above the 200-day moving average, following this 10-day very tightly. Do like that. Looks very nice. And might be one, you know, if you're that type of investor to ride those 10 days. So keep that in mind. We got LTH. I just want to see what LTH is going to do here because it's been holding up well with the overall market. We had this big push and then the market does its pullback and it's still holding up very well. So I think, you know, with earnings coming up here on the 8th, we definitely need to keep an eye on it. I wouldn't take any premature trades on that. If you're going to take a trade on that, that's A-okay. Just know your risk and know that on the 8th is earnings. Look at this, baby. I got green on. I got green. Are we going to see green today in the market? I do not know, but I got green on today because I am hopeful. And hope, yeah, people like to give a lot of crap about that hope. But if you don't have hope, you ain't got much of anything. So I hope the market's green for everybody's account. But if it is red, we are going to be well prepared because that's what we're doing here in pre-market prep. And I can't believe how fast pre-market prep is going, guys. We only have 20 more minutes. So let me take a quick sip Shawana. This one's for me, not you. Just teasing. It can be for you, but this one's for me. I need it. Whoop, whoop. Well, let me give a quick shout out to my helpers. I shouldn't call them helpers. I'll call them sponsors. We'll look at XPON in just a second. I'll bring it up here actually on this side because XPON is a pretty interesting ticker. Yeah, especially right here. But let me go over really quick. So we got U.S. stock traders. U.S. stock traders. They are an affiliate of mine as of right now, guys. We love US stock traders just for the simple fact that they let me post every single day. Trey lets me post every day in his Facebook. He's got 16,000 members. We get a few of you in here from his site. A few of you I've reached out to because you had questions that I wanted to answer. So if you're doing good and you're in here, I do appreciate you joining us from US stock traders. And of course, we have the Robinhood stock market watch list. That's also on Facebook. He's got over 230,000 members in his Facebook, and he actually lets me post and stream on his Facebook, which I do believe is happening right now. You know, how that looks or how good that sounds, I'm not 100% sure because I haven't worked out all the bugs with it. But if you're from there, we're going to be exiting in about 10 more minutes. Just simply put, because we're going to do all of our live streams after market open over here on the YouTube. So if you're over there and you're watching and you want to join us after 9:30, we will be solely on YouTube for the market open. Okay, so make sure you are liking and subscribing the YouTube channel so you can pop on over here and watch us trade the market open. So right back at it, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at XPON. And I'm glad you brought this ticker up because it takes me a long time to get through this list, and XPON's somewhere in here, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring XPON down here with OCUL and TRKA because I do think it's of that type of importance. Why do I think that? Well, if we look here, first of all, XPON, and it's getting really choppy. So keep that in mind, guys. See all this? This is all chop. It's chop, 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 chop. It's kind of a scary time to be in this stock right now, okay? On the daily, it's chop, chop, chop. If we look at here on the hourly, you can see why this is so interesting. Let's keep it on the daily just for now. We have a bout of liquidity of 50,000 or 50 million. We have 33 million here, okay, which almost cancel each other out. Then we got this one that comes in, and we got 60 million, okay? And it comes up through here and it breaks through, Well, look at this. It's came back down here and is testing this area and got bought up. So that's a good sign for this stock, as long as it comes back up into this area and doesn't sell off too hard. And it did. It came back up into this area and it sold off, but it held new higher lows. That's a big, big sign for XPON. Now, if you can find a trade on this, it's not too far late, it's not too extended on that 10-day moving average. You could take something like this where you draw one of these, you know, and say, oh, hey, it's breaking out, and you get in here using the low of day as your risk. But I have really found, guys, you don't want to see that. You want to see this thing really, you want to really let this thing play out. Let this thing trade sideways for a week or at least 2 or 3 days, you know. Yeah, so let me just double check on my things. Cool, everything's looking good. Okay, it looks like that's taken care of, that's finished. So yeah, guys, we got 15 more minutes till market open. 15 minutes till market open, and things are looking good. But just be careful of this XPON. If we zoom in here on the 5-minute, we can make it look real exciting. You can see, guys, it's like got all this movement. It is getting tighter. It does look like it's breaking out in pre-market. I'm not. This isn't one that I'm going to take or I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch it for the future. Like, I'm going to watch and make sure that this thing can break down or hold up rather on like its 10-day moving average. Because this 10 days is getting so close, I might as well just wait, give it time, stick to my plan, which is to wait for these things to build up on this 10-day moving average. So very weird, very, very weird how this works out. But we're gonna see how everything works out in the market. So we'll keep an eye on Xpone. 100% need to keep an eye on this thing. We'll be watching this throughout the day. Okay, so I'm gonna go through my positions really quick. Let me make sure we don't have anything up on chat. Let's see, XPON. So XPON, when we talk about cups and handles, we're gonna look for cups and handles on the daily, not the hourly or the 5-minute. This is not a cup and handle. So when it comes to a cup and handle, you're going to want to see a cup and handle more like this. So if we look at this cup and handle, this will be on the daily or the weekly. All right. So if you see, we get a good push up at least 30%, and then it comes down and it makes this handle here like this. That's the cup and handle. And I'll show you a cup and handle on the daily here, guys. Let me bring up a cup and handle. SMCI is a cup and handle. So we'll go to SMCI here. So this is a cup and handle. Check it out. So we get this big push up. Look at this right here is its big push up. It's pushed up 38%. So we need at least 30% according to William O'Neill's criteria. We need at least 30%. So we have that 30% there. And then we get a base of between 7 and 65 weeks. So this goes from 1123 and it goes to 215. All right, so that's under that year mark. Okay, so we're in that area. Let's see, 12, 1, 2, 3. So that's 4 months. 4 months. So that's good. And then we get this handle. Okay, and here's the handle. So this, in my eyes, is a beautiful cup and handle. Now, there's a few things that I would nitpick on this. Well, one, we have it on the daily. So if we're looking for a William O'Neill type cup and handle, you would bring this up on the weekly, and this is how it would look. This is how William O'Neill would see it. Okay. Now I don't want to talk for him because I'm reading his work. I'm trying to learn from William O'Neill and not act like some expert on William O'Neill. This is just how I like to trade. This is how I have that intention of trading. Okay. So we have that cup, we have that handle, and then this would be the breakout. So this is where. This is where you'd want to be taking this trade right about here at this $98 area. Some might argue, some might want to take it in this area, 93, 91. And then William O'Neill, I believe, risked 6% of his account at a time, so he would hold on to it to about here, this 86 area. Now, I could be wrong on all those measurements, but that's just what I read, what I learn, and what I'm trying to regurgitate to you. So if you guys have anything that you want to add, if you've been studying William O'Neill, let me know because I actually would like to go through the whole book again and highlight everything and then almost do like a review on here, like do a review on the book, the excerpts that I've taken from all of his analytics and what we can do to actually improve upon it. So guys, we have less than 15 minutes till market open. So excuse me for a minute. I'm going to just take a look at all my positions. I'm going to see where we stand on my positions, and then I'm going to go over the stock market again to see if there's any change in sentiment. So XM, I hate seeing big red candles like that if you haven't seen them on the stock much at all when it touches a top area like this. So when I watch XM this morning, I'm going to be quick to cut this thing just because it's now if it doesn't shape up right here, even though it's creating new lower highs, if it doesn't shape up quick right here and show me that there's a lot of buyers coming in because it's trading at a lower price, if I don't see a lot of people coming in for that, you know, I'm not going to be hanging out with XM for very long. Him and I aren't going to be friends. OPRA, this has got plenty of time to play out, guys. You know, we got this 5 minute. It's either going to stop me out today or it's going to head higher. I mean, it's that simple. So I'm not even watching that. It's really low, small share size too. But SMCI, this is going to be my main watch. You know, we just went over SMCI and its cup and handle for the William O'Neill type, you know, CANSLM trading. Now, we haven't went over the full acronym of CANSLM, CANSLIM, but we could go into that deep dive right now so we can really see and base our confidence off of this. But if we're just going off technical patterns, this is its cup and handle right here, and I ended up playing off of the VWAP after it broke out, chasing a little. Okay, there's no way I could not say that this was chasing since I'm trying to play this cup and handle, but I didn't get into it. And I didn't buy on the pullback, like I said, in pre-market yesterday. AI. So I'm definitely going to be watching AI very, very closely because, well, it's where everybody is looking. Every single person is looking, guys. Be Stewie, keep in mind the main, when you're looking for cup and handles, mainly you're going to look for on the weekly, so that way your ideas can line up with the same ideas that are in this book, in the first 100 pages. So every page in this, in the first 100 pages, guys, that all these setups that he's showing you are going to be on the weekly. Okay, so I suggest looking at on the weekly when you're searching for cup and handles. It'll be a heck of a lot easier, especially if you're studying William O'Neill. So AI, definitely going to keep an eye on the stock. It's getting tighter and tighter on the daily. Okay, if we look at the daily, look at this. I mean, now it's traded sideways for 2 days in that $22 area. I was in it yesterday. I started my positioning yesterday. And we just held on to it. You know, we were up some, we were down some, and it's just trading sideways. And that's what we want to see. We want to see it trade sideways. But we do have earnings coming up here on the 2nd, so I need to be really, really careful with that because I'm not going to trade earnings. You know, I'll end up getting, you know, probably the full position out and maybe leaving a third in there just for a gamble play for entertainment. But even then, I might not even do that because, you know, I don't really care for gamble plays at all. So we will see. I need to get XPON off my eyes there because it makes me want to trade. TRKA is now getting that bout of liquidity, trying to push up. But yeah, I really, really, really like AI here, guys. It's getting so stinking tight. You know, even in its pre-market, it would move, you know, a pretty big range, and then this range got even tighter, and now look at this range. Like, this range is even tighter. So, you know, this could be really interesting right out at open. You know, I'm really hoping this thing right at open just, you know, of course, when you got money in the ticker, you're going to want the ticker to go skyrocket. But if it does take off and it does look good, you'll see me managing this position. And TRKA, this thing is you know, a lot of people are talking about this stock. A lot of people are talking about TRKA. You know, I don't know all the news and the sentiment behind it, but I can say that there are a lot of people watching this thing, especially because it is a low float. So keep that in mind, guys. So I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If I'm not watching something that you want to see, go ahead, put it up in the comments section. Don't be shy. We are all here learning, guys. We're all here learning because we're not losers, right? If you're not learning, you're just a loser. And that's what we like to do here, guys. Every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, we go over our winners and we also go over our losers because we want to learn from them. So if that's something that excites you, if you're passionate about the market, if you like stock commentary or stock analysis, hit that subscription button, baby. Ooh-wee. Ooh wee baby, we only got 7 minutes left till market open. 7 minutes left till market open. And TRK, it looks like it's wanting to push a little prematurely. That's a-okay. That's going to make things pretty exciting for the channel. So CLDX looked like it had that little push and sell off. Let's look at Tesla while it's up here in its supply area. Now we know Rabia has already taken most of her profits and she wants to see this thing push up to 214, I believe, or was it 212? Either way, Rabia made a nice chunk of change from down there in the 160 something area. We love to see it. You can learn from it, and that's what I love seeing every single day. Mikey will post me his oh, it looks like Jerry CDIO starter 3.25 bounce short. Yeah, we were just looking at CDIO. Look at this. We were just talking about that, guys. It bounced right up into this area. I told you to keep an eye on it because it's got most of its liquidity here in this 269 area, and then it pushed up to its highs, and now it probably is going to open up and just completely fail. But these things can catch and head higher, so you need to be really careful. So let me just tell Jerry that so Jerry's in a short sale on this. I don't know if he's with us in YouTube, but he is in our Discord, in our Duality Discord, baby. You gotta love Duality. Duality has been my home for a long time. So we'll keep an eye on CDIO. iLag just failing here in BVS. So let's take a look at DHT. Oh, he's trading from his phone. He's trading from his phone. I never thought that man would be trading from his phone. That's crazy. He definitely takes some big trades from his phone. But it is what it is, guys. You know, we all have day jobs too. We all have to do things to make that money, you know. And as we talk, SPY looks like it's failing at that supply area. It didn't get it up into it at all in pre-market. So we're going to see, does this thing want to catch for us and hold out and trade above its previous day closing price, or is it going to want to come back, test that previous day closing price, and then head higher? But either way, we only have 5 minutes till morning open, baby. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. So before market open, I want to open this. This is something my mom sent to me in the mail. I am pumped. I'm excited for it. So we will not make you wait any longer. We're going to open this up. We're going to see what it is. Here we go. Look at this. I already can tell. Oh, yeah, baby. What is that? Yeah, I'm putting it on right now. Right now. Oh, yeah, baby. Looking good. Oh, it's a nice color, too. Oh, look at that. Woo-wee! We're going to stand up. We're going to stand up right now. Bring the desk up. Bring the desk up. I'll model it for you. Okay, like this. No, I'm just kidding. I love it. This thing is beautiful. Look at this. We got our own logo. Man, we got to make sure this logo is on the whole time. Look at this, guys. We got our own logo shirt. Oh, yeah. You guys are going to think she sent me like 30 of these because I'm going to wear it every single day when we stream. LoFiTrader, baby. Yeah. If you ain't subscribed, hit that subscribe button. We're going to be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We got lots of love, lots of support, not just from the community, but from Mama. Mama sending some shirts out to me, baby, and it feels good. I love it. Thank you, Rabia. Thank you very much. I love this, Mama. Thank you so much. Guys, look at this. LoFiTrader, baby. That is so exciting. Yeah, I love this community. Love you, Mama. Thank you so much. I'm even a little sip shawana for you. That is good. That is good. Awesome. Well, it looks like Jerry just said he's all out, which you can tell he's out because of this push. If it breaks the highs, then he's out. All right, so we got, what, 3 minutes till market open? Yeah, the bell's ready. Yeah, we're going to do this. Laugh out loud. They can hear you in my meeting. Oh, my gosh. I am so sorry, Carly Ray. She's got the office across from me. I guess when I get excited, they can hear, well, just tell them to join. Just tell them if they want to hear me better to join my YouTube stream, and they can hear it just fine. So you gotta love it. You gotta love it. So let's see what's going on here, guys. I want to bring up right before open, we do have on the economic calendar today, we have consumer confidence. Okay, consumer confidence isn't coming out till 10. It's not really something that we need to worry about at all. It's not going to move the market, but it does show some sentiment as to where the consumer is thinking the market is going to head. And if you guys know, if a lot of people believe in one thing, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, so at 10 o'clock, if I'm not talking about it at 10, you guys can remind me, and I'll give you the update. And I'll also read to you what it is. But we have market open in 50 seconds. Can I read what it is? Sure. Consumer confidence in economic activity is a leading indicator as it can predict consumer spending, which plays a major role in the overall economic activity. All right. So if the readings are higher to consumer, higher readings point to higher consumer optimism. Okay. So how you take the news when it comes out is how you take the news. The market might not take it the way you take it, but that is just the way the market works sometimes. So guys, we have 20 seconds. 20 seconds till market open. Guys, if you love stock commentary, live analysis, or live trading, that's what we do here every single day, Monday through Friday. So thank you for being here for pre-market prep, but it is time to start the show, baby, because it is market open, and let's do this. We'll keep it quiet. We'll keep it down because we know we got other people working. So guys, welcome to Market Open. Here we go. SPY already starting off at these lows down here. We want to see these make new higher lows. So will the market do it? Do we get higher lows in this area? Are we going to be able to get back up into this supply area and push higher to keep up higher? Now it looks like this was the closing price yesterday. So we're right at its closing price from yesterday. So is it going to hold out here? We'll see. We'll see. But since we're right at market open, let's take a look at my positions. It looks like RVMD coming right back down to test that entry area that I chose for it yesterday. So we're up like $1.39. We're going to see if this thing wants to hold or break on down. But like I said, I don't have a lot of confidence in RVMD. Okay, not a lot of confidence in Airbnb. Let's take a look at DraftKings. Coming right back down to the area I bought it in yesterday. Okay, we played this little breakout right here. We also played it because why? Well, it's squatting down on that 10-day moving average. So you guys know I like that 10-day moving average. If this does not hold the 10-day moving average, well, you will see Dave exiting the position very quickly. Okay, so let's go to XM. Now XM, we talked about this in pre-market. When it comes to XM, guys, I don't like it nearly as much because after it came to that top, right where I bought it, right where I bought that mini breakout, it sold off hard. But good news is that XM is holding out very well overall after that sell-off. It already came right back up here and now is trading in its sideways area. Okay, that makes me sound really smart. In its sideways area. Duh. Let me bring up chat really quick. Gotta make sure we're all caught up with you guys. Ding, ding, ding. That's right. That's right, Granny Randy. Glad you're up to snuff. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. We got OPRA, which is trading right at where I bought that 5-minute range break yesterday. We're going to see what it wants to do because this thing is either going to go up or down. It's not going to trade sideways, I don't think, for too long. SMCI, this is the one that I've been holding my breath on because I could lose about $100 on this trade if we aren't right, and I did buy it extended. So we're going to see if this thing wants to hold out for us. If it wants to be a nice little trade and trade sideways, I'm fine with that too. Let's hold out and let the rest of the market figure out what it wants to do. AI still trading sideways, still about where I bought it. And if you guys look, it is getting tighter and tighter. Tighter and tighter, and that's what we want to see for a big breakout. So that being said, we're going to move the alert down here so that way if it does pop up, we'll be one of the first to know. CDIO looks like it's wanting to come back down and test that pre-market top. Let's take a look at XPON, still trading sideways, that area we looked at earlier. TRKA looking like it is trying to figure out what it wants to do. It looks like it's pretty well range bound, heading north and south here. So let's take a look at our indices. So Tesla is looking like it is going to sell off here. Can it hold out in its supply area? That would be really, really bullish sign if it can hold out up there, you know, and then let that 10-day moving average catch up to it. If not, we might see this thing come all the way back down and smack right into that that area. Okay, so let me just take a look at the account and see what we got. Looking absolutely fantastic. So guys, what are you watching? What are you watching? Throw it up in chat. Let me know. If not, I'm going to keep on trading and doing my own thing until somebody has something better to look at. So I'm just going to keep an eye on Tesla and my positions. So I want to see Tesla breaking down while SMCI is also breaking down. I almost want to get some of my shares out in SMCI just because I don't want this to be too big of a loss. And I know I had bought it super extended, but you know, I got to stick to my, I took the trade, I got to stick to my plan, and I got to be Mr. Big Boy. And when this comes back down here to test this top, I think that's where I'm going to draw the line in the sand. I'll add into it and then see if this thing can't go higher. So Ashton P says, gosh darn, haven't been up at market open in so long. Well, listen, Ashton, it seems like you're just now rolling out of bed if you're just now typing that in. So you weren't really here for market open. We rang the bell about 4 seconds ago already, dude. Good morning, Ashton. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything is working out right with your finances. Last I talked, you were kicking butt, taking names, and doing the things that you needed to do as a grown man to set yourself up for the future. So if you can love and respect that, then you know that Ashton is a good man. Good man indeed. Come on, AI, let's do something here, you know? Let's do something. Let's see something work. Let's do something crazy. Let's take off. He says, shh. Ashton, you're a good guy, man. I appreciate you. So let's look at LLAP as of yesterday. No, it's still trading sideways. So LLAP, if this keeps trading sideways, I mean, this is a good sign for it. This is definitely something I want to keep watching. Why? Because if it doesn't break down or it doesn't break up and it just trades sideways, then what's going to happen is it's going to catch this 10-day moving average, 20 or 30-day moving average, and then head higher. Okay. It looks like New Vision's here. Good morning, New Vision. New Vision, I don't know if you missed it, but look it. Mama sent me that, baby. LoFiTrader t-shirt. Isn't that cool? We're getting big now, baby. We're getting big. You know, if I'm wearing a t-shirt, things are going to explode. Absolutely love it. Good morning, New Vision. I'm happy to see you in here again, man. I'm going to give you a little crap for not being here for pre-market prep, but I'm happy you're here. You know it. I'm happy you're here. So we're going to see what Tesla wants to do. It looks like AI is finally breaking out of that area. And look at this. We got a nice little push. Is it going to be able to hold that push? Is it going to keep on heading higher? We won't know, but we will definitely keep an eye on it. So here we go. You know, last time it was in this area, it was pretty promising that it would take off because I drew this line from here. Watch, I'll draw it again. Draw from here, and it's almost like it's about the same. It's about the same. I mean, you could make it here too. You know, let's just do that so it doesn't look like it's breaking out. We don't want it to look like it's breaking out. We want it to break out, right? So, I mean, this could be the possible chance right here, guys. This might be the breakout area. These aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I am just a big fat chin man commentating on the stock market on YouTube, streaming for you, doing live commentary and analysis every single day, Monday through Friday. I might as well do my spiel. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is so nice to be here. It is so nice to have an audience because you know I'm an introvert that needs attention, right? I'm hiding behind these walls, but I need my crew. I need my community, and I need all that love and all that support. So thank you guys so much for being here. AI doing its best, still trying to hold out in this 2273 area. We're going to see what it wants to do here, guys. This, to me, is its breakout area. It does look like it is trying here, but will it make it? So if you guys want to know why I think this is the breakout area, if we go all the way back, all right, this is its newest lower high, okay? So this is a high, but it's lower high. We got to go over here to RVMD to take a peeky gander at what's going on. Okay, look, here's a cup and handle right here, B Stewie. Right here's a cup and handle, and right here's where it's breaking out. Now, it's all relative on what you like. I like this 36 area, and I want to make sure to try and hold this thing out as long as I can without breaking below that 10-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this trade using 34.97, so 35 to 36 with slippage. So we'll just take a small share size and see if we can't get in this cup and handle, even though it's a little bit more extended than where I like. I wish I would have gotten this thing right here at 35.94, and I think if it comes back down to that area, then I'll buy in more. But for now, we're just going to try and get in small share size. Let's take a look at its range is 11 cents. Okay, be careful with this range. Now I'm in this, and boom, I get right in, and we're already up $1.50 at 36.20. So I'm very, very happy with this trade right now, guys. 36.20. Now I could be completely wrong. This thing could just completely fail right here. You know, look, it moves up a little higher, and it does end up getting smacked down. So 36.20. All right, we're right here, and we're gonna make this green so everybody knows. All right, now this is RVNC. It is a therapeutics. Oh goodness, guys, look what I did to myself. Look what I did to myself. After earnings, there's earnings after. That's not good. So I just took a trade before earnings. So that means before the end of the day, I'm gonna want to be out of this trade. All right. So we're gonna take this trade for one day. We're gonna see what it wants to do. Yes, this cup and handle is absolutely perfect. I want to be in it, but I cannot play earnings. The only time I'm ever gonna play earnings is if I already have like a lead. Like if I'm already up a lot and I know that I'm not going to lose a lot, I'll exit half of my position before earnings actually comes out, you know. But in this, I mean, we got this huge gap up. So this earnings, there's not going to be a surprise here. If earnings does well, like people already know about it, you know. So if earnings does well, you know, this thing could easily just sell right off, you know. So this wasn't the smartest trade. The better thing would be to get into this trade after earnings tomorrow. But I took the trade. I'm in the trade. Now let's look at AI. So we talked about AI breaking out, and it is breaking out here, guys. This is what I would consider a breakout. So you've seen it here. You heard it here first on LoFiTrader. I talk about these all the time. I point these out, and we have been literally watching this stock for the longest time now. And what happens when you sit there and talk about a stock for 3 weeks straight? You know, when you watch a stock for 3 weeks straight and you look at it and you say, oh, well, look at this, guys, and this is what you want to watch out for. This is what you need to look out for. And it all ends up lining up. It's a beautiful thing. You know, I even had other people in other stock trading rooms and stuff, like, you know, say some pretty rude things, you know, and I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. These are all ideas, guys. These are all just ideas. That way we can set ourselves up for bigger moves. Now, this thing might not go to the moon, right? It might not, but we're playing it as if it were going to, right? So I'm in this trade because I think that there's a lot of eyes on this, and when this thing starts to break out, that it's going to head higher, and it's going to do it very quickly. So we already had a beautiful move here. This beautiful move got up to and hit this first high. So it's clearing out these liquidity areas. Okay. Now, is it going to keep heading higher and higher? Well, we don't know. We will have to see. But we know that stocks just don't go straight up. So we need time. We need time for the stock. And yeah, it's great. You know, we're up $18.20 just on that little pop. Okay. Now I could take some money out and we could lock in our profits, but that's not what I'm doing here. I'm not here for $19.40. I'm here for the bigger move. My first exit is going to be in this $27, $28 area. I'm going to take out 10 shares in that $28 area. So whatever we have at that, that's what I'm going to have. And then that last other 10 shares is for the moon. It is for the bigger expected move, and it is for the stock unless it closes below its 10-day moving average first, okay? So once it gets up here, I'm going to exit half of my position and then bring my stop up to break even. And then after that, my next expected move is going to be a lot higher using the 10-day moving average as my stop loss. So you can go back through 3 weeks and sift through all the crap. I've been talking about this exact play for over 3 weeks now. And look, guys, it's finally happening, And that, that's one thing. That's why it's so hard to do this in front of everybody, because I point out all these good things and I bring up all this good stuff, but a lot of people will focus on the negative. And that's why I started this channel, guys, is because I want to show that you can fight through all that negativity in all the chat rooms. You can create a good, positive community surrounding positive things. So even when you're talking bad about something or you take a big loss, you need to know that you still have to be positive. So, I've seen in many other chat rooms, they take a loss on something and then they try to find somebody else to blame. They'll say, oh, you said this was a good stock. Yeah, well, what time frame did you take it on? Well, you took it on the 1 minute. Well, I'm talking about this time frame on the daily, or vice versa. And that's not nothing's happened with me with that. But I'm just saying it's very hard, guys. It's very hard. So when you have these things, you need to chart them out. You need to draw your lines. You need to know what you expect on both sides, and you need to know what time frame you're in. And with all of that being said, know your risk, guys. Know your risk. That way we can earn that Rari, okay? That way we can drive around in that Ferrari and we can look cool as heck to our friends. But that being said, guys, I would never buy a Ferrari. If one was given to me, I would sell it immediately so I don't have to pay insurance on it. And then, I would have a pretty penny. And you know where all that money would go? The VOO. Long-term investing account, guys. I wouldn't even spend any of it. If I was given $300,000 right now, I wouldn't even spend any of it. I would put it all in an investing account. So anytime I typed in VOO to you guys, if I typed in VOO, then you would look over here and you'd see I'd have like 100,000 shares of VOO instead of 14. This is the long-term account for the YouTube channel right here. So we're up $16 on AI. We're gonna give this plenty of time to play out and see what happens. This thing might come all the way back down here and keep trading sideways just to get some people to trap, or this thing could go right down to zero. You never know. You never actually know. But we will keep looking at that to see how it wants to work out. So let's bring up the SPY over here and see how that's doing. We haven't visited the SPY in a little while, so it looks like it's trying. We got this huge wick off on this 1 hour. Let's zoom in the 15, get a little bit more information. So we got a big wick off on this 15 or this 1 hour as well, and it's headed a lot higher. It's break through VWAP and it's trying to head higher. Now remember, guys, we're only 15 minutes into the trading session. We need at least 30 to an hour to figure out what kind of direction we've got. But we can see that we are trying to hold these lows with all these wick-offersons, right? These wick-offs. These wicks, guys. These wicks. I love these wicks. They really show, where the sentiment is. So if it's getting bought up down here, we know it's being defended down here in this area, which is also like, the red-green area from previous days. But we are trading now above its closing price from previous days. So that's looking really good. The overall sentiment. Alex, oh my gosh, Alex, I thought you passed away. Alex, you slept so long today. We were talking about you. This man must be in a coma, right? But Alex, I'm glad you're awake. I'm glad you're alive. I'm going to get your real phone number so I can call and wake you up. I'll be your alarm clock. Because Alex, I love you in here, brother. You're a huge part of the show. So Alex, wipe the sleep from your eyes. Good morning, good sir. Let's do some trading. So SPY, just back on the SPY, it looks like we got this wick-offerson on the 15 and the 1 hour down here. It bounced right off this 396 area, and it's really trying. It's really trying, guys. Things are looking really good right here in this area for now. We're going to need some more time to see how things work out. So, it looks like Jerry's back into CDIO at... Let's see, he's back in at 375. So if we look at 375, it's right here. You're probably using the $4 stop. I'm gonna make sure $4 stop. I'm pretty sure if I know how Jerry trades, which is by most short trade sellers, they have a psychological area, which in this case would probably be that $4 area, and the highs, right? So that's its highs. So he's shorting this thing now expecting it to break down from its highs. But if this thing holds out, whether it's above or below VWAP, and holds out and trades sideways, that would be a quick exit on that position. We want to see this thing fail very quickly, okay? But keep in mind, guys, it's very, very small floats. You need to be careful with this thing. It'll rip your face off, you guys. You guys, be careful. I-lag just breaking down. Let's take a look at our cooler ones like OCUL. This thing is super, super tight on that 10-day, looking absolutely scrum-diddly-umptious. Uh-oh, I hope it doesn't do this to me again. Oh, no. All right, so we're going to bring this up. Good thing this has already happened to us once, right? Let's bring this up. We're going to put the SPY on this, and then we're going to Control-Delete, and we're going to just hold on for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to reboot up our Thinkorswim because it does not want to work for us right now. So anytime you move, I don't know what it is on Thinkorswim, but anytime you move the alerts, you go and move an alert, once in a great while, I'll get that alert, and you won't be able to find it to click OK because I'm on 3 different screens here. And when you're on 3 different screens, that can pop up anywhere and behind stuff, and you don't know where the heck it's at. So then you got to restart the system, and that's a-okay because it's not the first time this has happened. So it's nice to be able to at least bring up a screen, a chart right here for you guys, which is the S&P 500, of course. Let's put this on the daily so we're not so confused. There we go. S&P 500, a little bit crispier chart right here on this Trader View chart, but you guys know I love my Thinkorswim. So right back to Thinkorswim. Let's go through our positions. Right over here is our positions with RVNC. So we got in RVNC because we took a cup and handle trade on this, and it looks like it's doing all right. It's trading below where we actually got it in at, and we're down about a cup of coffee. No big deal. We need to give this thing plenty of time to see what it wants to do, but not a lot of time, simply because tomorrow or after hours we have earnings. So we need to be very careful with RVNC. Airbnb. So Airbnb looked like it came down and it bounced off of our buy-in area and is trying to head higher. As I told you guys this morning, Airbnb is not my most confident stock. Like, I'm not in Airbnb like with the high hopes of this thing going to the moon. I don't care for Airbnb. Granny Rainey says hi, Alex, and Mama says you're welcome. Sorry, wasn't able to respond, busy at work. You don't ever have to say sorry. I know that you're working. I know everybody is working, and half of you that are listening to me have me up in the background. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, appreciate your time, and even when you can't tune in, you still got me playing because that is that love and that support. So when you can, listen up, baby, because I got some things to say. But if not, hey, I'm just happy you're here. So thank you. We got 17 here now. I'm going to go through my spiel really quick. We are here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you like stock commentary, stock analysis, or live trading, that's what we do. So hit that subscribe button. Now, back to the SPY. Looking absolutely scrumptious here, trying to hold out. Absolutely trying to hold out on that 200-day moving average. We've brought this 200-day moving average up many, many times to you before. This is where the 200-day moving average is. This is where it would bounce at, this 193.48. Yes, it looks a little confusing because we usually have the daily down here. There's the daily, there's your 200-day moving average, okay? Now, we want to see this thing. I don't care what it does in between all of this. Of course, I'd like to always see it go higher. I'm always a bear with bullhorns, but we want to see it hold above this 200-day moving average because if we go below that 200-day moving average, a lot of the time, your big swing trader investors are going to say it is a no-go if it's under 200, right? It is a go if it is above 200. So if this stays above 200, this might be continued risk on for these guys, and we could keep heading higher. So we will see how all of that works out. Let's see here. So DraftKings still squatting on that 10-day again. I do like that squat. What we haven't looked back on is AI in a while, so let's work our way towards that. XM right back up to where we bought it, trading right in this liquidity area. So that is a really good sign. So I'm glad we hold on to this, guys. These big drops that you see right after it hits a key area, you don't want to see them selling off too fast or too hard. And that's what we've seen with XM right here. After we got in this breakout area and it touched this liquidity area. It sold off so stinking hard, but look, it got bought right back up and got pushed right up to the top. So Yes, it's looking a little choppy, but I will say it's constructive choppiness as long as we don't see that happening again and again. So we got a breakdown. It got bought right back up. That shows us that this stock is strong. Okay, so XM still looking strong, still on my watch list. And yes, I do have a small position in it. OPRA getting that breakout. We are trading well above our buy-in price now. So this was an earnings gap up that I showed you guys that we got in yesterday. So it's on the 5-minute range, had an earnings gap up. Let's see what this gap up was. It opened up at 12%, so just over that 10% that I like, but we do look at anything at 7%. So on this earnings gap up, we had this range. I bought the range breakout here, and it didn't do much for us. Actually, I'm sorry, I bought the range breakout right here, and right after I got into it, it came back down to test that 5-minute low. That 5-minute low, we had a soft stop on. We were just keeping an eye on it. It tested it. It got bought up, traded sideways, and now is heading higher. So if you guys look, right at morning open, it had this big 15-minute push that got sold right off into it, and it's traded as low as 883. So this is a big range that's getting tighter now. So hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully this thing can continue to head higher. I'm going to keep going over my trades, and then we'll go over the indices and some other things that I'm watching. But if you guys have anything that you want to see, that you want for me to talk about, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to commentate on the stock market. So if there's something you want me to check, you want me to do some stock commentary analysis, just throw it up in chat. Don't be shy. Say hi. Stick around for a while, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So we still got 2 hours. Let's do this, baby. So SMCI still trading around that area. I bought it at, still extended from the original buy-in area of around 97.50. Yes, that's good coffee. Yes, sirree. Yes, sirree. So let's take a look at AI now. So AI trying to do that little breakout thing, right? Trying to do that little breakout thing, but it looks like it's going to need some more time. Mountain Zombie Dude, what's up, Daniel? It is good to see you. I'm happy you stopped in. It's been a little while, but I know this isn't your thing, brother. I know it's not. So if you're here for me, and I'm here for you. So thank you so much, Daniel. I love you, brother. I miss you. Yeah, we didn't get to see you the other day. You must have been working, huh? We swung by. We stopped. The whole family stopped to say hi. We got to hang out with Audrey, Bill and Trish. Zach, Carson, we got to see everybody. So, I wish we got to see you, and we should have stopped at the gas station, but I didn't even think about it, so I'm sorry. ASUR, look at this thing. Woo! Look at ASUR. Wow. Look at this beautiful thing. So we have earnings. They expected negative 0.4, and they ended up coming out with a beat on 17 cents per earning. So this thing had a huge gap up. Let's look at this thing on the 5-minute. We might have a nice earnings gap up. Oh, look at this, guys. So here's our 5-minute range. 1341 right here. B. Stewie, by the way, good eye, brother. Good eye. This is exactly what we're looking for. So let's take a look at some other things, too. This thing moves 4.8%, so a little bit slower than I care for. But with these earnings gap ups, those ADRs don't mean nearly as much. Simply put, because now it's getting exciting. Now it's doing things, okay? So this isn't considered an EP. We'd have to consider this an earnings gap up because this already had a huge run up here. It is above its 200-day moving average, been following this 30-day moving average and its other ones very, very well. Earnings came out, huge beat on earnings, so this could be a very, very juicy one. So this thing is trading between $12.52 and $13, we'll just say 52 to make it an even dollar. Just keep in mind, we might have 10 cents of slippage, but we make the math easier. So every single share that you buy for your stop loss, or I'm talking for in my case, because these are not buy or sell recommendations, when it breaks this area, we get in. When it breaks this area, we get out, or we use the 10-day moving average. So the only other thing is where is its liquidity? Way back here. So like if we put this on the weekly, let's look at the weekly. The last time we're seeing this area is way back here. So I guess it is kind of gapping up into some liquidity, but this liquidity is back from like 2017. I don't know how, I don't know how far back we're going to accept liquidity areas, but I don't think 2017 is going to justify. I think anybody that was in it is probably out of it now, but you never know. You never know. So we're going to keep an eye on ASUR. If this breaks out of this area, I might risk, an easy 10 bucks on this to see what happens. Okay, I do like this look. I do like how fast it moves compared to the overall market. Let's put this back on the daily. I do like that it's up well over all of these, but it's not my favorite, and I can't really give you a reason why it's not my favorite. Maybe because I've been burned on these the last few days. But B. Stewie, hats off to you. This is exactly what we're looking for. This is exactly what I like. But let me check the news on this. And by the way, speaking of news, we have the economic report coming out at 10. We'll do a little refresh to make sure it didn't come out early. But the consumer's confidence is coming out today, guys. Consumer's confidence. So that comes out. The forecast is 108.5. Previously, it was 107.1. So we will see what that ends up coming out. If it's below 108.5, then we know the consumer sentiment is lower than we expected. And if it's above 108.5, the consumer sentiment will be higher than we expected. So absolutely. I'm going to create an alert on this. Then we're going to pull up this and type in ASUR. We are going to read what ASUR is, and then we're going to figure out, so they're actually making some money, it looks like. They're not doing bad. So it's a software company that delivers human capital management solutions through the lens of entrepreneurs and executives with an owner's mentality. It helps small and mid-sized businesses to develop their human capital and allocate their time, money, and technology towards growth. In solutions includes Azure payroll and tax, Azure HR, and Azure time attendance. The firm, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so human capital management solutions. So they're a big software company. They look like they're doing A-okay right now. They're happy. If they're happy, we're happy. But hopefully, as a consumer, we can get in there and make some money. So just refreshing this. Let's see if it came out yet. We don't have the forecast just yet. It should be dropping here. We'll see if it gives us any movement on the SPY, though. Here, we'll bring up the SPY. We'll put it on the 5-minute. And we're going to see if this gives us any movement here. So we're trying to get the reading that's supposed to be coming in today, February 28th at 10 a.m. And it came in lower than usual. And look at that. And right away, you can see the lower than usual, the actual lower sentiment. So the market, let me read. I'll just read to you what the consumer sentiment is. Right after we came out with that consumer sentiment, this thing chirped up, okay? It chirped up, which is funny because they say a higher than expected reading should be taken as a positive or bullish for the market, when actually we have a lower reading. So that's why I always tell you guys, you need to accept it how it is. So the way I see it is if the consumer actually thinks the market's going to do better, and we have leading indicators that predict consumer spending, and consumers are still spending, that tells me that Papa Powell might want to increase rates again or make it harder for spending. So right now, good news is bad news, guys, because we have inflation. Okay, that's my take on it. Okay, that's my take. But if you read this on this website, they'll say, well, if it's positive, that means it's positive for the environment, or it's positive for the market. Well, that's not so true. If you have a positive expectancy on the market as a consumer, when you have inflation, that's bad on the market. You want the spenders to be bearish, because if they're bearish and they're not spending their money, then increased wages can't happen, then prices can't get gouged, and prices will be forced to come down. So this being lower than the actual expected could actually be bullish, meaning the consumer thinks that this is bad times, so we might see better conditions in the market. So we'll see how it takes it. It looked like initially it was bullish on that lower than expected, but we had a quick sell-off twice now in that 398 area. So we're going to see it's a big fight here in the SPY on the 5-minute. You can see it on both sides. Big buy up here. Now it's fighting right at that VWAP area. It doesn't know whether it wants to head up or head down, but we're definitely going to keep an eye on it. as I would like to bring SMCI up over here. So SMCI breaking down. We're about 17 bucks down on SMCI. We're going to see if this thing wants to shape up, hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully the market wants to hold here, but with all these wick offs on the top, I'm going to go to the 15 and see what we got. We got wicks on both sides. Like I said, guys, this VWAP area is a fight. It sure is a fight. Let me bring up chat, make sure we're all caught up here. I don't want to get too far backed up. Okay, ASUR was the last thing we looked at, and we looked deep into it. Now, let's take a look at ELF, guys. ELF. Now, this is another stock that I've been dying to get into. And look at this. It formed a nice little cup and handle right here, guys. And it's right on that 10-day, so it's even closer to my stop area. So we're going to use 75. We're going to use 75.35, and we'll use its low of 73.45. So as this thing takes off, 3, 4, 5, so 2, we'll do 20 bucks. So we'll try and get the bid in on 10, and we'll see if it wants to go. Hopefully it can break down. Hopefully it can come back down and test, guys, because I'm not going to chase this one. We're already in enough positions. You know, if the market wants to head higher and things are doing great, A-okay by me. But I want to be in it, and I want to be in it in different stocks, different things. And this is a beauty stock. I've never owned a beauty stock before. Heck, we don't use makeup in this house, like, at all, you know? So I don't know anything about it, but I will say this. They are killing it. They are absolutely killing it. I mean, look at, they have been running up. They are one of the highest and best traded stocks in the market right now. Look at the 200-day moving average. You don't see any stock that I'm bringing up right now. You don't see it with a curl like this on its 200-day moving average. So this thing is an absolute beast. I really, really hope this will come down and get me in, because I don't want to chase this thing at all, guys. I don't want to chase this at all. So please just come on back down. Get me in for a few shares. I don't want to be extended at all. Now, SPY looks like it's doing well. It's on that higher side of those wicks, and if it can hold out here, maybe we can get another candle to pop out on this 15-minute to show us that we like the stock, So hopefully, you know, and I say that respectfully, hopefully, and I really, really want to get into this, this ELF. And I'm still don't like this RVMD. It's not looking pretty for me, guys. Looks like I'm the dumb money that bought this top. But I'm going to stick by this cup and handle. We will see, because I am not in a therapeutic stock yet. So Airbnb is just teetering here. I really don't. And the more I talk about Airbnb, the more I think about Airbnb, the more I think this is a garbage stock. This isn't going to last. It's not going to be fruitful, and it's never going to get back up here in this area. So, man, you know, I hate thinking like that. I really do. But I've already taken this trade, and so I'm gonna see to it. But I'm bringing my stop loss up to break even just because of my sentiment. You know, that's my sentiment. That's the way I feel. And honestly, if that's the way I feel, guys, I need to stick with my game plan. I need to stick with my gut. So we're gonna go with good till close, extended, good till close. We'll confirm and send. So I just brought my stop up to break even on that. Rejected this order might result in overbought or oversold. What did it put, 100 on there or something? Let's just double check, guys. I want to make sure. So this is how I bring my stop up. I find it on this active trader, and boom, I set that right there. It says 10 to sell. I'm going to edit. This is going to be good till I close it. And then we double check. It says 10, market price at 124, send. It's doing it again. So why is it being silly? Why is it being silly? I don't know. We'll have to come back to it. So SPY right here is doing A-okay. Looks like it's trying to head higher. Oh, maybe that's why. We'll do that. All right, give me one sec, guys. I'm just trying to get this figured out here. Yeah, it's still okay. All right, I'm gonna have to check on my phone. I just don't want to waste any time. So SPY's doing well. Let's go through all my trades really quick. DKNG, just squatting down on that 10-day, looking very good, guys. I actually really like it. Let's take a look at XM, pulling right back up to that buy area. Holy crap, Alpha is just going crazy on my thing. Come on back down here and give me some money. What the heck? Why am I missing all these dang stocks? Maybe my mind's just going, it's like everywhere. We're up 380 on OPRA now, as we are down like 33 bucks on SMCI. So we will see how that one plays out. Let's see what AI is doing. Yeah, AI is just trading sideways now in its VWAP area, trying to figure out whether it wants to move higher or not. Let's see. So SPY's made a new high for the day, but now it's trading at 397.90 as ELF is just still hanging out in that area. And you know, ELF is a lot slower of a mover. It only moves 3.5%. So this might be a stock that I would obviously hold until it breaks that 10-day moving average. I want to hold on to this thing as long as I can, because for as strong as it looks in the market, it might actually hold up when the market decides it's going to take off higher. And the SPY, you know, it looks good here, but you know, with all these wicks and stuff, it still hasn't chose a direction. So it might get up into the supply area again like it did in pre-market and sell off even harder. Or it might have already done it selling off, and it might just pick its direction and break right up through there. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to comment on it, here to see it. Let's take a look at Meta. B. Stewie says Meta. What's the matter, Meta? All right, so as we pointed out to you guys right here, it had this sideways action for a long time, and I told you if it holds this area, that can look pretty good for the stock. But I don't trust it. Why? Because I think that if it breaks down from this area, it can come all the way down to this 200-day moving average. So Meta is pushing up higher right now, looking really good for anybody that took along here. But I would say it's going to find some resistance here. It's going to find some resistance here and here. So I would say the majority of its resistance right now is going to be kind of right where it's at, actually. So if we take the resistance area from, let's say, this and this, and we draw it, you know, that's kind of where this bout of resistance is going to be. So we can see that it's already slowing down in that area. Might be a great spot for a short sale, but at the same time, guys, with the overall market trying to shape up and pushing higher, you know, if this thing does break down, it has the opportunity to shape up a little higher than this base at 170. So I think if you do short this, take profits quick and know your risk. Manage your risk. Guys, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. This is our logo. I got my own shirt now. It's legit, baby. Hit that subscribe button every single day. We're here Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And if you love stock commentary and analysis as much as I do, you're going to want to be a part of this. All right, guys. So I want to go back to CDIO and take a peeky gander. So it looks like stop 3.8 even now. So our buddy that is trading from his phone, and he's in the Duality Discord, he's got his stop at 3.8 even. So that means if it comes back up, it's going to break him out even, because he's got enough room to bring it down to that area. So that's what a lot of traders want to do. They want to make sure that when they're in a trade, they're in that trade long enough to where they can move their stop to break even, so they don't ever have to worry about losing money on the trade. So you only have to worry so long, right? Now, as we speak, SPY just dropped, and it's dropping hard right now, trading at 397.17, guys. So that was a quick drop, but it looked like it caught there at that 397 even, and it's trying to get bought back up. So we got a long time to see what the market wants to do today. But guys, as you know, if this thing wants to trade sideways, I really think that it is our best interest in the market if we can trade sideways, sideways, sideways. Why sideways? Simply put, it will help convince a lot of your investors, a lot of your buyers, that they want to be in the stock too, because there'll be a lot of people below you, right, that have all this money, they have all these shares, and they want the stock to go higher. And if you see all these people building up down here, it's harder to get through that mass, because people that are trying to get in are buying with the masses. People are trying that are trying to get in for the long term. They're buying it as it's coming down. So it creates that demand. You know, it creates that demand there, and you want to see that. You know, so let's see. RVMD, yeah, you know, I really just, you know, the more I talk about the stock, the more I'm like, ugh, what am I even doing in this stock? And a lot of it too is because I have so many positions. You know, I usually don't have 7-8 positions, and hopefully that's a good sign, you know, that I've seen enough things shaping up right now in the SPY, and, you know, I'm buying at these lows, that, things will work out. And if they don't, we have stop losses on every single trade. And if I got to get stopped out trying to pick this bottom here in the SPY, I'm going to say that's well worth it because my risk reward is there. The potential for this thing to continue up just like here is very immense. So if we can just catch the market while it's at these lows and catch some of these inspiring stocks before they head much higher, that would definitely be a positive thing. Positive correlation gives you conviction and confluency along your stock trading tickers. So I'm just going to run through some of these stocks to see if anything catches my view. So CRUS looks like it's trying to ride on that 20-day. That's nice. ACLS looks like it's making or forming a cup and handle, which is a really good stock. I like that stock. INTA, very, very speculative stock, but showing that it's got a lot more buying up here after its earnings. I shouldn't say it's speculative. Everything's speculative, right? And it's forming this little curl on this 10-day moving average. It looks really nice. I do really like it. It's almost at its all-time highs traded. So let's look at OCUL. I believe OCUL is that breakout trade. Yes, it is, and it looks like it is trying. It is trying here. Now the thing with OCUL is, I've taken so many of these dang stocks. It's just one of those things. It's like, do I buy another one? Do I buy another freaking breakout? I'm so sick of getting beat up on these breakouts, but it is what it is. We're gonna watch this. This is the breakout area. This is exactly where I'd want to get in, and this thing is starting to take off. We'll see what comes of it. So. All right, I just had to check the chat, make sure everybody's up to date and live in that. Everything's looking good. It seems like everybody has got their eyes on a few different things, and we are already looking at them, boys. OCUL on this left-hand side looks like it's really trying to take off here, and I might highly regret not taking the breakout strategy that I've been taking on every single stock that I point out. So we'll see. We'll see if it wants to or not, but I'm not in it, and I'm not going to get in it. Let's look at XPON. So XPON, just trading sideways. We're going to keep an eye on it. TRKA was a very big talked about stock last night and the night before. So we'll keep an eye on this. I try to stay away from the hot chicks. It's not, there's just a lot of manipulation in those. There's a lot of manipulation, a lot of people that are trying to do one thing. So look at this, guys. This is beautiful. So Tesla here, we drew this out for you in pre-market to show you, with this push up in Tesla after these 200s, these 200s broke, this 200 area broke. And I do like that breakout. I do love that $200 area. And as it broke out, I said to you guys in pre-market, hey, keep an eye. We have all this active trading liquidity, all these price areas that are right here that will definitely want to take Tesla down. And we went through a few different scenarios, and one of them was breaking up into this and just falling straight back down and retesting around this $200 area. And it looks like that's what it's going to try and do. The other two scenarios where it hangs out in this area, trades sideways before it heads higher, or it can always just break completely through. Tesla sometimes gets pretty crazy. But we drew this gray matter here just so we knew. And look, once we started seeing some weakness, it broke down through and it's still heading down. And our next price area, our accepted price area, is around this $200 area, So we're going to keep an eye on this. We want to see this thing shape up before, it gets past this liquidity area of 205. I think this will be a nice little spot for it to buy, for it to get in. So I'm in ELF now too, guys. So I got quite a few positions. Let's just run through and take a look at them. So right here is ELF. ELF broke down and got me into the area that I wanted to actually get into. So we took 10 shares at 75.37. So right here, 75.37. All right, we're in it to win it, baby. And we got small share size, so we could use the 10-day moving average as our stop out, which is that $74 area. Okay, so we got a little over $1. We're a little over $1, so we're risking about between $10 and $15 on this small trade. Okay, small trade. We're gonna see what happens. So Tesla's breaking down. Let's see how the SPY's doing. I bet the SPY's probably breaking down a little bit. It's trading below its VWAP area. We're gonna see if it wants to hold here. That's the biggest question, guys. This 400 area, we want it to trade up into it. We want it to hold. But every time it comes up to this 400 area, you can see sells off, back up, sells off, back up, sells off even bigger, comes back up, sells off again. And look, now it's barely touching this area, barely touching this, and it's selling off. So we're going to need this thing to make new lower highs here. It really needs to hold out, personally, I think, in this area. Or we're probably going to head even lower, So we're going to be really careful out there, guys. Make sure you know your risk. So I am managing quite a few positions over here, and that's the thing. If this thing wants to head lower, and it wants to break through and start heading towards that 200-day moving average, and it doesn't hold up, and it's not looking strong, that's when I'm going to have to start reducing risk, guys. I'm really going to have to start reducing risk on some of these trades, because could you imagine if I just didn't have a stop loss and just let some of these just trade all the way back down? I mean, even your small, like I said, that I'm willing to risk like a $10 loss on this trade, right? I'm willing to risk a $10 loss because I think I can manage and get at least $40 to $50 out of this trade if it works out. So that's a 1 to 4 risk ratio. But if we don't have that stop loss and the market does continue to head down and all the bears are correct, then we could take a far bigger loss than you're expecting. All right, so Airbnb, look at this. It's just playing with me now. Just playing with me. I don't like this stock. I'm getting out of this stock. We're going to take the huge 63-cent win, and we're going to sell this market. I need the day. There. Sell market. Get me out. And watch. Now this thing will rip, okay? So if anybody's in Airbnb, now it'll rip. I got out of this trade just because I don't believe in Airbnb. I don't like the way it looks, and with the overall market starting to pull back, it might be a great time to buy, guys. You could be wildly right. I got into this thing just because it's trading off this 21-day moving average. This 21-day moving average has had a nice bounce off of it quite a few times, and this thing definitely could head higher. But my issue with this, very simply put, is I don't believe in it. And I usually only play technical patterns, but the last time I didn't believe in a stock, which was Roblox, it headed lower. So I don't want to be in Airbnb if I really think that this thing is a loser stock, okay? So how confident am I? Well, I'm not confident enough to short it, so take that as you will. Now, SPY, what do you want to do here, SPY? What do you want to do? You want to show us a little something? What's going on in the 5-minute? So it's still trading below that VWAP, but still trying to get bought up here. So still a huge fight. There's still a huge fight here in this $400 area. So we'll be here. We'll be here watching it. All right, we could take Airbnb off this list. One less thing that I have to worry about. Goodbye, Airbnb. All right, so let's go through them. DHT looks like it's not well above, but it's heading higher than where we had bought it. We're up a couple cups of coffee, which is looking good. We haven't checked on AI. Look at this. This is absolutely hilarious. So AI is one of those stocks, man. I think it's going to get really trappy. It's going to push up to get everybody trapped in. It's going to rip back down to get everybody back out. And it's going to rip back up again, and it's going to start printing more money. And it's going to do that, guys, because there's so many people in it. There's so many people in this thing. If you are a market maker, your whole objective is to take out liquidity or to get to that liquidity. You want to get liquidity moving. So if you can, you pull it down and you knock out everybody that's going long, because when you sell, now you're not selling into people that own longs, right? So if you can whip it down and whip it back up, that's the way you're going to make the most. Now let's actually see. Let's look at the flow on AI, and let's just see. We're talking about a 90 million float. So 90 million means, yeah, it can rip your face off still. It's still considered like a mid cap, but with this many people watching it, somebody with a lot of money might want to pull into this and really do these whipsaw actions. So I still think we could definitely have a market maker still toying with this. There still could be a lot of issues as it's going up and down. It's not going to go straight up. It's not going to go straight down. It's going to chop, and it's going to chop because a lot of people are going to make money in these up and these downs and these ups and then these downs. Okay, so yeah, I want to go back to OCUL, take a peeky gander. Let's see how it's doing. Yeah, so it's looking nice. I mean, it's on its breakout. It just touched close to its highs. It's getting that sell off just like it should. We're going to see what it wants to do. So, it'd be really funny. AI, that's all the push that it gets, and then it just completely dilutes all of its shareholders. It's got an offering, it just dilutes all of its shareholders right there. Oh, it'd be horrible. But, I think it's going to come back. I think it's going to test. I think it's going to end up heading higher. I could be wildly wrong about this, guys. This is just one of those accumulation breakout trades that are building up on this, and it honestly could, like, if you're looking at it like on a Chris Quilamagi style, this thing needs to get even tighter. Like, you want to see like 3 or 4 tight days here before it really breaks out, but we don't have that kind of time. Why? Well, because right here is the earnings, and that's on the 2nd. Okay, I think there's only one more day in this month, or is there 28 days in this month? Either way, we got earnings coming up very quick for AI, so if it doesn't do what it wants to do quick, I'm going to have to either sell all of my position or sell some of it in order to hold on for the dream. So let me just check up and make sure you guys are all caught up. Yes, we are. Things are looking good. Guys, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. If you see the submarine back here, it's to indicate sometimes we feel like we're under pressure when we're trading. And I think everybody, if you've been trading long enough, you can relate. We try to keep in mind we like to use risk, because when you're under pressure, you know where that line is drawn in the sand, and that is your risk. So whether it's a hard stop or a soft stop, make sure when you know you're supposed to be out of stock, you get out completely. Okay, XPON looked like it's shaping up here, guys. I really like the way this thing looks. Of course, a few more days and squatting on the 10-day would be a heck of a lot better, but this thing does look like it has the potential to really take off here if the shorts are loading up into it. TRKA just kind of trading sideways today. CLDX just kind of doing the same thing. Tesla's still breaking down, now trading at 205.88, as to where AI is finally seeing the bounce off that down trend line and is trying to head higher, but still below VWAP, trading at 22.85. LLAP is still trading sideways. This is exactly what you want to see on something that you want to see move higher. So if we can wait a couple more days, wait for that 10-day moving average to catch up, squat down on top of it, and maybe head on higher, we might have ourselves a pretty little trade. So Beyond Meat, I'm just keeping an eye on Beyond Meat. I don't think anything is really going to come of this thing. It's pretty garbage stock, but I just want to keep an eye on it. We'll keep looking at it for the next few days till it settles down. As AI wants to push up higher at 22.95, trying to break that 23 VWAP area. We'll see if it's got the strength today to do it. LNTH looking pretty good. We marked out LNTH as a potential earnings gap up play. Why this wasn't taken, I don't know, but we're not in it. We're not in it to win it. This is a nice looking trade. LNTH, I believe, is a decent company too, but don't quote me on that. As to where we're looking at LUNR. LUNR is not, and I repeat, is not a good stock to be in. So be careful. This is a rip your face off stock. So is OCEA. We talked about OCEA yesterday. Somebody asked us, doesn't it look like it's primed? Well, it does look like it's primed if it holds this area. If it breaks down this $8 area, this thing could move low very, very fast. I know there are a lot of people watching this break to short it so it can rush back down to this 5, make a quick, a couple 100% or whatever. But, this thing, yes, this thing is primed. If it does get up above this 1050 area, you might see a nice little squeeze. How high, I don't know. How fast, I don't know. But OCEA is a small float, and it does have a lot of attention on it. But it came from down here at $3.02, and it's still trading at $8.25. So we'll see what it wants to do. We kind of went over the news a little bit on what was going on with it. It's got like this genetic cancer treatment, but remember guys, it's a biomedical. I mean, these things are constantly coming out with buzzwords like, we are now using ChatGPT AI to cure cancer. And then they'll come out, 2 days later and say, that it was to ask it a question on, how much tape to use. They can say whatever. They can say whatever on the news, whatever pushes the stock, they're going to try and push the stock. Now, if you guys remember Fiverr yesterday, or not Fiverr, Fiverr. This was an earnings gap up, but it gapped right up into resistance. So I didn't want any part of that. Gapped right up here into this resistance, and I said, nope, I'm going to learn from the Roblox trade that I posted about. So let's look at RCEL. Not looking too crazy. What are you guys watching? You guys are just staring at some tickers? I know you guys are going to be trading or playing something. SoFi has actually looked like it's starting to curl right here. I do like SoFi. I did have SoFi back on this earnings gap up, but we made a little bit of money off SoFi, not as much as we wanted to. But if SoFi wants to shape up here, this might be a nice potential area to get in. But it's starting to look like it's barcoding on the 15-minute almost, guys. So be careful with SoFi. All right, so AI just broke out above that VWAP area and then came back down. We're still trading in that $23 area. Guys, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Good morning. Good morning. We start at 8 and we end at 12 because that is my favorite times to be in the market. Plus, it works out with my time. So I'm going to look out everything every single day. We go over all the indices, then we go over my trades, then we go over stocks that are hot that we're watching, and we create a game plan so we have confluency in the market. If any of this sounds good to you, please join us early for the pre-market prep at 8 until 12 every single day, Monday through Friday, because I'm Dave with LoFiTrader. Hit that sub button, baby. Let's get to 500 subscribers. Next up, we have IQ. So IQ is just trading sideways. I'm just keeping an eye on this thing, guys. Wing is one that we took that broke down. It broke out, and I really liked it because when it broke out, it broke its highs, and then it didn't trade there for very long. It came right back down and broke through our stop, writing your ass out for a small loss. So, no big deal. It's just something that's part of trading. Baidu, not to. This is another stock. LAZR, we talked about how LAZR was eating through its resistance right here. It came up, and it's, I drew the supply area right here for you guys, so that way you knew when this thing gapped up that day on higher volume that it was running into this resistance right here, and it sold back off. But the next, the 2 trading days later, after it traded sideways, it pushed back up into it and ripped right through it. Very, very strong sign in LAZR. Now, I don't know anything about this stock. I know a little bit about the stock, but I looked into its financials enough to know that it's not really printing money. So keep in mind when you're looking at that. Lil Pencil's here. What up, Lil Pencil? Good to see you, man. Happy you're here. Happy you're here. Happy you're alive. TGNA. Lil Pencil, look at this, dude. I gotta show you. See the shirt? What? It's official, Lil Pencil. It's official out here, baby. We got merch. People got scared from the news, oversold. Company with good structure to now, and it's going up again. So let's see, TGNA. So I'm looking at TGNA. Wow, goodness, what the heck happened here? Yuck. What is going on with this? So I'm sure we could find some kind of news. TGNA is a very slow moving stock. It only moves 2.5% and is now trading. Is it trading above or below? Okay, it's trading well below. So I'm going to tell you guys something right off the get. When I see something like this, where you get these huge drops, a lot of people like to play these, these violent sell-offs, where they'll buy in these violent sell-offs for a move higher. If you do look for those sell-offs, well, then this is where the trade is, where you start to see it curl, or maybe even a pullback, a test of that curl. That's the two buys. But right now, I have no view on this. I can't see, what it's going to do. All I know is now it's below its 200-day moving average, had a huge sell-off. I'm sure if we looked at the news, we could probably see something that says, let's let's, I don't really know what the heck happened to this stock 2 days ago. Let's see. Is it the fourth quarter earnings? Yeah, it was the earnings that just tanked this thing, guys. Absolutely tanked. So yeah, just be careful. Be careful. This isn't my trade, so I can't really go on too much about this low pencil, but I do not like TGNA, not for a long term, not for short term, not for day trade, just because I don't have a read on it, So FOUR, we'll take a look at 4. So 4 looks like it has a nice little earnings gap up here. Let's take a look. About, is that 5% or 9%? Let's see. It looks like around 9%. So this is looking nice. It looks like it's creating this range right here on the 5 minute. You can see like this was its first 5 minute range right here. And if we draw it out and we draw this out, you can see this is where we'd want to get in right here, this green area. But we did end up missing this trade. We're going to miss a lot of trades, especially me trying to keep an eye on all of my own trades, looking at everybody else's trades. We're going to miss a lot of trades, and that's okay. That's normal for a trader to miss these trades. But right here is the trade. So FOUR had a gap up on earnings. Where did it gap up to? Right into resistance. So let's look back here. Even on the 5 minute, you can see it's got some resistance. Let's look on the hourly. The hourly, like it's gapping up into an area where it gapped down. So it gapped down, traded sideways, earnings came out, it gapped up, and look where it's gapping into. We got 2 areas of heavy liquidity. We got this area and we have this area, okay? So it's gapping right up into those 2 areas, all right? So it's got a lot of fighting to do. It's definitely not a trade I would want to take just because it's gapping up into liquidity areas. Not saying the trade won't work out, but what I am saying is when it does pop up like this, we need to have a very big understanding that it's not blue skies up here. There's people that have money in this stock that are trying to get out of it as well. Do keep in mind, I do see higher than normal volume traded on this thing as well. So if you look at the overall stock life, you can see the past 2 hours have been the highest traded in this stock aside from this breakdown. So this might be a good sign for the stock as well, that people are buying it up right here. So FOUR shift for payments up on earnings over 10% right now. So let's take a look at SPY. And thanks, guys. Thanks for bringing that up. Thanks for bringing those on, and especially because it helps me look at tickers that I haven't seen in a while, or that I've never even heard of, or that I know a little bit about, but we need to look more into them, like Lockheed Martin. This morning, if you guys remember in pre-market prep. So, Alex, you taking any trades before school? What's going on, brother? All right, SPY's trading at 397.31. We have Laser still trading very high up here. Hopefully, and I say it respectfully, hopefully the SPY can hold out, guys. I would love to see a bearish market, and I would love to be entering in my trades where I have been down here. Usually when I see this, like years ago, I would see this and I'd think, oh, it's, the market's scary, get out of the market. And when I'd see this, say, oh, the market's good, get into the market. Well, really, when I see, oh, the market's scary, that's when I go, okay, what positions do I need to be in case this thing starts to take off? That's what I start looking at. So when things start to pull back on the overall market and things are looking like a constructive pullback above the 200-day moving average, that's when I'll ask myself, hey, is there stocks out there that look like they're overperforming? Those overperforming stocks are the stocks that I want to be in. So I've gotten into quite a few of these overperforming stocks, and we'll go through them. I got, let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, about 8 of them. This is probably my worst one. But we're going to hold on to this one and see how that does. But we'll go through them really quick. We got DHT. We're up a nice, looks like a cup of coffee. Couple cups of coffee now. So that's looking good. We got AI. AI, we're, this is the hourly, guys. I told you, AI is on a breakout. We're up some money. What are we up? We're up $10. We're up $10 on this thing. Nothing big. But I'm looking for a bigger expected move, okay? So it has done its little breakout. This is in its breakout. Now, it can always come back down here, and then, we'll just have to take this and move it out, and that's why you don't always use these as like a hard, okay, I'm getting in here, I'm 100% in, Little Pencil's got a good question in the chat here. He says, what would you invest most of your money in other than stocks? So, you know, that's a really, really good question, Little Pencil, and I haven't been asked that on this show before. So let me tell you that what I do with the majority of my money is I give it to an investor and a professional that knows what to do with my money. Because if I managed all my money as an unlicensed professional, okay, unlicensed, as somebody who is not a licensed financial advisor, okay, that is a lot of weight to have on yourself. So if you guys knew the amount of money that I had in other accounts, you would understand the weight that is bearing down, because I don't want to feel like I'm in charge not only of our YouTube account, but of my, you know, my future accounts, the accounts that I'm banking on retiring on. So if all of this is for naught and I don't make another penny now, I have investments out there in with like some bigger companies. I won't use their names. And I let them deal with that. So they're putting me in bonds and mutuals and yields, and they're spreading my money out across all of that and in stocks too. So let's say outside of that, like completely outside of that, like where do I put my money? So if you want to go on the smaller surface, anything that I buy for myself, it usually is going to find a way to make me money. So one of my biggest investments I made other than my home was a lawnmower. And I bought that lawnmower. It was about $10,000. It was like the most I've ever paid for even a vehicle at that time. I spent on a big zero-turn lawnmower. And I used that lawnmower to generate money. Okay, so it's a lot of expense to keep up, but I knew I had to mow my own lawn. I might as well get a big enough lawnmower to do commercial work. So I ended up getting that lawnmower, you know, 10, 11, it's been about 10 or 11 years ago now. And I've been using it to mow lawns. So I mow mine and I mow my neighbor's lawn too. He's been my biggest, you know, like my biggest, and it only takes me about an hour and a half, and I make a quick $60, $70 every time I mow. That's about once a week. So if you add all of that up, my neighbor has dang near paid for my lawnmower. Okay, with aside the the winters and stuff where I'm not mowing. If you add up all that money that he's given me and all that extra money he's given me to do other things like seed and aerate and do all that stuff, basically my investment paid for itself. So that's one thing that I'll use to put my money into. Now, I'm not a huge mechanic. Technically that is part of what my job is I am a mechanic. I work on air compressors. But I won't invest in vehicles because I don't know enough about cars and trucks to know what the worth is. So my risk reward in different things aren't there. So when it comes to actually looking at different things and different investments other than stocks, I want to find property. So I'm waiting on property to pop up in my area. And when that does start to pop up and people start to sell and you know the market gets really high and flooded like it did back in 08, 09, 2010, I would be looking to invest in some properties as well. Now is the time for me to do it, you know, but things are still a little too pricey, and I think that we still have time for them to come down. You know, I bought this house just out of the foreclosure. I think it was, 2010, 2008. I don't really remember. Let me think. Yeah, it was about 2009, I think, is when I bought it. So I ended up still finding this house as a foreclosed home, and I got an amazing deal out of it. Now it's, the house has ended up being worth 3 or 4 times more. Let's see. About 3 times worth now, 3 times more than what I bought it. Now I did add on, I have upgraded it, but to me it doesn't matter what it's worth, this house, what it's worth, because I plan on dying here, right? So until all my kids move out, that's just how I feel. Once all the kids are out of the house, then I might look into buying something else. But until then, this is my house. I don't care, how much this house is worth. I just want to have a nice, suitable living conditions for myself and my family. So SPY is now trading at 397.58, guys, and it's looking good. We want to see this thing hold out this level that I drew for you here. I think it's very important, because if not, we're going to get real fishy coming back down to that 200-day moving average. So this is my line in the sand, 393. This is where I'm going to start getting nervous at 396, and what I want to see is this thing trade higher and start forming a new base in that 400 area. So let's go to Tesla, because we haven't looked at Uncle Tesla in a while. And look at that, guys. It's still fighting this area. It's still fighting this liquidity area, but it's all positive for Tesla if it starts trading sideways anywhere above that $200 price action area. I'm going to take a quick sip. Give me 1 second, and we're going to catch up on the chat. That is good coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, B. Stewie has said, I have 2 sports cars for investment. One is worth twice what I paid for it since 2000. Yeah, that's awesome. And Stewie, I know that you, sir, are a huge advocate when it comes to vehicles, just like that 64 Impala bubble top that I will be buying as long as we become millionaires on this show. Could you imagine that, though? You know, we set something out there. You guys know I'm not a big spender. Even if I am a millionaire, you're not going to see me. The only money I would spend would just to be reinvest in companies and in products that are making me money. But could you imagine? We just got to dream for a quick second. You know, we get a 74 bubble top Impala. We get it red because it looks way better than black, B. Stewie. And we park it, you know, right behind me. So while I'm trading, we get a really pretty car that I probably won't ever drive in fear of scratching it. But, you know, and you know, Stewie, B. Stewie, that is a really good point. You know, he does have these classic cars that he'll take out to shows and do stuff with, but he doesn't use as his everyday drivers. Why? Because it's maintaining its value, and it's actually increasing its value at the longer you hold it, the age of the car, okay? So, no. So, sorry guys, I'm looking at chats. So yeah, absolutely. I think sports cars are definitely one of those things that you could definitely get into if you know what you're talking about. And that's the thing, you got to know your niche, right? You got to know your niche, and that's what I like about this streaming. You know, I know my niche, I know what I love, I know what I want to do, and so I'm going to do it. And this is my niche. It's not over diluted. There's not a ton of people out there that's trying to do what I'm doing. So if you like it, hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. What did I say, 85? Yeah, 83. 83 bubble top Impala with, I don't even know your specs on the motor, but I think it was like a 30 stroke V12, something crazy. But anyway, guys, right back to the stock market. Let's bring the SPY back up. We'll run through the indices. We don't want to look at APY. And we'll run through my stocks. So over here on the right hand side, you can see we're up a little bit on DHI. We're up quite a bit on AI. SMCI, quit playing games with my heart, please. We'd like to see you at least trading above my buy-in area. But as I told you guys, my buy-in area was a little bit of fear of missing out base. We did buy on the VWAP at least, but it's still extended pretty well from that 10-day moving average. So keep in mind that this could really come back to bite me in the booty. OPRA, so OPRA is on its continuation after its earnings gap up. Guys, we did play this on the 5-minute range. All right, you're looking at this on the hourly, so I'll zoom in on the 5-minute for you so we have a better understanding. Now, right here at the open is the 5-minute range. I told you guys I'm taking this on low share size because I don't like it being gapped up into this area. Now, this is back from 2021. I don't know how well this is going to justify gapping up and handling itself in those areas. So I took very small share size, but it did end up come back down, testing this 5-minute base, and then it took off and is continuing higher. It's reaching a new high of 945, trading at 937 currently. So good job, OPRA, and anybody that ended up taking that with me. XM is now breaking down a little bit. Still testing that liquidity area that I drew out for you guys this morning. So I drew it out just so we don't have to constantly zoom in back here. We can stay right here and know where that liquidity is back here on the daily, back from 2-1-23 and 2-2-23. So keep that in mind, guys. You can see it pushed up here, it broke back down. It did some weird wicking off stuff in pre-market. We're ignoring that for right now. It pushed back up above our buy-in price, and look, it's breaking back down. So can it hold out? Can it hold out, base out here, and continue higher? We will only be able to be hindsight Henrys in the future, but we can't be hindsight Henrys currently because we don't have enough time. DKNG, speaking of time, guys, it is 10:48. I am here until 12 every single day. So Thank you for being here with me. I do appreciate it. We still have plenty of time to make some money. So RVNC, you guys know I took this as a cup and handle. Even though we didn't wait for the handle to form, we took the cup. We're going to see if we are in the handle, but we have earnings after hours. So we will be out of this trade. We are not going to gamble on earnings, but we're going to give it a day to figure itself out. ELF, perfect time to buy in, right? You get in, this thing fails, but will it hold out? Will it trade sideways? And can we see more volume come in to take us higher? Let's go to, did I go over SMCI yet? Just still trading below there. Yeah, playing games with our heart. Okay. All right. So AI, we're going to say, I mean, it'd be great if AI actually did something today, you know, on its breakout day. But it looks like it's just tattling around in this area. Guys, let me go ahead and bring this up. Check this out. On here, you got to make sure that you're up to date, first of all. So if you're back here in the trading day, you need to go ahead and hit that live button. Definitely not wearing a blue shirt anymore. You hit that live button, you're up to date. Or if you're back here, you can grab this slider, bring it all the way to the right. That brings you up to date on the live streams. Then, if you scroll down here, you will see a like button. Go ahead and smash that like button for me, guys. That is only going to help that YouTube algorithm. And if you smash that like button, I will give you a huge thank you. Thank you. So thank you guys. I do appreciate it. I see that you guys are hitting that like button. Thank you very much. So we will keep on keeping on, guys. SPY. Are we going to just trade sideways? It might be boring for the show for it to trade sideways, but just like anything else, if you have a lull, a dead moment in time, that's usually when you see it revert to the mean. It's going to get crazy again. You're going to see the VIX go nutso. Speaking of the VIX, we have not looked over the VIX at all today. The VIX actually trading low in the 20 area, meaning the market volatility is low. We're not going to see crazy price movements today. We might see some, but they won't be like they were in, back here when we're seeing, 5% moves in one day, where we usually only see 1.3% on the SPY. On the really volatile days, you can see them really move. So you got to be careful with that. So we're not having a volatile day, but let's take a look at the dollar, because I think the dollar, the last time I looked at it, let's see, yeah, the DXY. So the dollar here is starting to break down. It came down to this area, this 104, 105 area. No, what am I thinking? Came down to this 104.50 area, excuse me, and it bounced off of it. So this might be a nice, a nice little spot for it to start rolling over. Maybe we come back up into this area and we retest, and then it just starts rolling back over. And that's what you want to see. You want to see your dollar not be as strong. You don't want your dollar as strong, because if your dollar is strong, then people have no reason to invest. Because if your dollar keeps becoming worth more and more every day, why would you take that dollar and put it in something risky like an equity or an investment, when all you have to do is hold on to your money and your money is worth a lot more? So when the dollar goes up, we know that our stocks, our equities start to go down, and there's been that correlation for a while now. So keep that in mind. So the dollar is still bouncing off of its base of that $100, and it's heading up, and it's trading at 104.63. So it'll be nice if this can fall so the market can rise, but only time is going to tell, so we shall see. So let's go ahead and we will start back up at the top. We'll look at the SPY. We'll see where we're trading, and we're going to head through the indices. So now it looks like the SPY is really getting juicy here, trading well below that supply area above its head at 399 and continuing lower, now trading at 396.94. Let's look at the IWM. IWM still looking strong, absolutely, still looking strong. Netflix looking about the same as we looked at it this morning. Not a lot going on, guys. Kind of a boring market trading day today, but I'm still glad you're here with me, because these are the days we can learn the most. So that being said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through some of these stocks. So we got PBF here, some of the stocks that we haven't looked over that have been talked about previous. So we talked about how PBF is holding this 10-day moving average very nicely, and anytime it got sold off into it, it got bought right back up, and it's bouncing off this 10-day, right? Now we know we have some of this liquidity right here in this area, okay? And this that actually could be painted a little bit better, probably in this area, more or less. But if we can trade sideways in this area and then break out and continue higher, I still have high hopes for PBF, especially because it is in the energy sector. But it is still a little extended from that 200-day moving average. You can tell that it uses that 200 moving day average as a barometer of where the stock wants to bounce. So keep that in mind. NAOV, guys, we have this on the stock list because we're waiting for this to happen, for the 10-day moving average to catch up. Now we need the 20 and 30-day moving average to catch up to see if it wants to do something. But right now, it just trades sideways. So Ford, we like to go over Ford, but it's under that 200-day moving average. When we started talking about Ford 3 weeks ago when we started the stream, you guys could see that we were talking about, oh, look, it's up and it's above the 200-day moving average. But we need to watch to see if it will stay. It did not stay. It didn't stay, guys. It didn't stay. So be careful. This thing's in a huge downtrend, and anytime it came up to that 200-day moving average, it broke down. So it is almost 11 o'clock. That means we have a little more than an hour to be here with you, taking live analysis, live commentary, and, of course, live trades. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button, baby, because we love it. We love to be here. NYT breaking down SLQT. So I need to bring this SLQT. I need to bring this up here to my better trades, because this SLQT is nice. I don't know much about it, so let's look into SLQT. Let's look into it, because every time I look at this, I'm like, man, I really like this. And SLQT had an earnings gap up right here that we did not play, guys. We did not play. You know, it's just one of those things, you know. And I think when we looked at this, we said it would have stopped me out, or maybe it wasn't up. It wasn't gapped up. There's a reason why we didn't play SLQT. We'll have to look more into it, and I'll do that when I'm off air with you guys, because that might take me a little while to figure out why I didn't play this, because this is a really, really good stock. So let's bring up SLQT. Let's figure out what the heck is SLQT, and then from there we can dig even deeper. So it looks like it's actually starting to make some money recently, quarterly. Let's read about it. Select Quote, SLQT, its real name is Select Quote Incorporated. It operates as a technology-enabled direct-to-consumer distribution platform that provides consumers with a transparent and conveniency venue to shop for complex senior health, life, and auto home insurance policies from a curated panel of insurance carriers. The company operates through 3 business lines: Select Quote Senior, Select Quote Life, and Select Quote Auto and Home. Boring. That's about as far as I'm not gonna put you guys to sleep. So you guys can tell that they have like an application, technology enabled to direct customers. So it's a website. It's a website or an app that directs customers where to go. I'm not gonna buy into this thing. It's a penny stock as well, okay, and this thing's just getting a bunch of attention. Now, this thing could definitely trade a lot higher. It's squatting down on that 10-day moving average, and I don't care about much anything else if we're taking a Chris Quilamagi style breakout trade. So we got a big push up. Now it's squatting on that, or it's bouncing off the 10-day moving average. Now we need a few tight days with sideways action before this stock might get crazy. So I'm glad we did the due diligence, because I moved it from a bottom feeder to a top feeder, but really it needs to be on this bottom feed and traded like a small cap stock, because this thing to me is just a diluted piece of crap. Now I could be completely wrong, guys. These aren't buy sell recommendations, but I will say this: the float in SLQT is 117 million. So it's not a low float or a small float by that means, but it still can move, because we can still move 18% on the stock, okay? You move an 18% on the stock and you got 100 shares in there, you know, that's $18, guys. So be careful, keep that in mind. Yes, you know, that's not a lot of money. $18 isn't a lot of money to you. Might be a lot to somebody, but it's not to you. But that's fractal, meaning just add zeros, okay? If $18 isn't a lot, what about 180? What about 1,800? So it doesn't matter what we're saying as long as we're talking in percentage. If I say we're losing 18%, then it's 18%. It doesn't matter where you are at on that fractal time frame, okay? So XLQT would be definitely one that we're going to watch. OCUL, and this is the main reason why, guys. You know, my win percentage on these breakout strategies, they're garbage, and I'm kind of adverse to, if I'm going to be wrong in a stock, I'd rather be wrong 2 or 3 days later and not right away. You know, I want to actually be in the stock for at least a day. And a lot of these times, a lot of these breakout trades, you know, I'm losing dollars and pennies on these because I'm trying to get it back tested so that way we have an understanding of how well these work or if they don't. Well, I'm almost to the point after about 30 trades where I just don't even want to take these. And it might be because the overall market, you know, if you look at the overall market, we've been in a bear market for a long time. Now, are we in a bull now? That can be argued, you know, that can be argued because we're off these lows. We're not at that 20% breakdown anymore. So are we in a bull market? Well, sure, we could be in a bull market, or is this just a bear market rally? You know, if it's a bear market rally, we have lowered ahead, then we need to keep in mind that these breakout strategies aren't going to work as well in the negative sentiment, right? Nobody's going to take their money and put it into stupid speculative stocks like low caps unless they have that extra money to do that. And that's why you guys seen 2020 go so crazy. Why was the stock market so crazy in 2020? Well, because Papa Powell right here in March opened up that money printer and just started he started printing so much money that this is what happens right here. Okay, the market starts to fail because of COVID. Everybody got scared. He turns on the money printer and we went up 115% in about, what is that, a year and a half? We had one of the most beautiful bull markets we've ever seen. Okay, so now we have this consequence to face, and as long as we're above that 200-day moving average, I'm going to be speculating bear with my bull horns on. So I'm going to be careful and cautious, but you know, it might take off. So OCUL right back down to that break-in or breakout area. We're going to see if it wants to try and head higher. So I want to take a look at CDIO, see how my boy's doing. Oh, wow. So it looks like CDIO did break down below that VWAP, but look, it's trading sideways, guys. This gets really nervous. Trading sideways makes me nervous. Just letting my boy know. I know he's trading from his phone, so we'll see. We'll see if he's watching his stock or he's watching us. But if it's trading sideways, whether it's above or below, if it's trading sideways, we don't get a huge breakdown from this. If he's sitting up here at break even, you know, he's not going to be worried about what's going on. He's either going to stop out for break even, or this thing could end up heading lower. But I don't like seeing any speculative stocks like this hold ever, because if this holds, this has the opportunity to really go higher. So keep that in mind. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla's finally starting to find a bid way down here. Maybe not even finding a bid. We'll see. But like I told you guys, I expect this thing to come all the way back down to 200. If it's going to break out of 200 and fail, its next area to come after the supply area is back down to 200, because we don't really have an accepted price. Other than that, we might, you know, it might be just above, maybe somewhere in this 205, but we can already see, you know, 205 didn't really, it stuttered at 205, but it didn't really stop it. So I think it's going to come back down to test that 200 or just test just above it before heading higher, or I could be wildly wrong. This thing could fail and head to zero. So we will definitely see, guys. We will definitely see. So some people haven't paid for February, and tomorrow is March. Oh, that's jiu-jitsu. I don't need to be reading. Wrong chat, guys. Wrong chat. Start reading about jiu-jitsu in here, and you guys are going to get real confused talking about barambolos and when we're supposed to be in. So, guys, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to be here until 12. But other than that, I'll be back every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I love doing stock commentary, stock analysis, and I also do live stock trading right here in front of you. I am the submarine, guys. I'm under pressure in front of you every single day, but I love it. And if you love it, hit that subscribe button so you can see me under pressure every single day. Today seems to be pretty nice and easy, but let's run through our stocks and show you why sometimes being in trades and live can be under pressure. Because you buy trades like this, guys. I like to buy these breakouts. Now, breakout strategies aren't the most profitable, especially in a bear market. So please keep that in mind. But when I get into these trades, I buy small share size, okay? So that way when it does pull back and it does make the handle. So this is the cup and handle. We need to understand this is the cup and handle. So I like to buy the cup breakout but I buy small share size, and then I wait for this thing to show me proof of concept. So show me the handle, show me the money, right? Show me the handle. And as long as it stays above this 10-day moving average on this cup and handle, I am going to hold and let this break out again on higher volume. And if it does, that is when I could be happily adding in to that share price, okay? I might add in as it goes up. I might add in right on this breakout, or maybe it breaks out, it comes back down, creates a new lower high, and that's where I add in. But right now with the low share size we have, we're just gonna hang on to this and see what it wants to do. Let's go to RVMD. Yuck, absolutely gross. Don't even want to look at it. DraftKings now breaking out above where I bought in at. Now, if you look at the daily, goodness gracious, that is squatting. That is squatting on that 10-day. I like to see it. If you like to see it, then you're trading kind of like me. So this almost is something that I even want to add some more shares into. Now we are down, it looks $10 on this thing, which is perfect. You know, we ended up getting into this thing. Wait, we shouldn't be down $10 on this thing. We're in at 1870. Yeah, we're in at 1870 and the thing's trading at 1879. So this is wrong. And we're not down $8 on this thing, guys. We're up probably a cup of coffee. You can't use this all the time. We got it marked out right here, 1870. This P&L since open and P&L for the day is wrong, so don't let that mind you. We're up very small though, so it's not even really that big of a deal. We don't even need to really bring it up. Let's take a look at XM. XM, we're down pennies on its dollar. Like I said, guys, today's a pretty boring day. Hasn't really done too much in the market. Just kind of failed. It kind of touched that supply area and just failed. XM did the same thing. It's tested the supply area when we bought it, broke down, broke up to the north side again, and found its liquidity, broke down, but held new lower highs and is headed back up into that area. So we'll see what it wants to do. We're gonna hold on to this thing for a couple more days to see what's going on with it. OPRA, we are well above the breakout area and above its highest traded price for this year. We're gonna see what it wants to do here. We're up, you know, a cup of coffee on this thing. Things are looking good. We played the 5-minute range breakout. It came down to test that range and it didn't want anything to do with it down there. So it's heading higher. It's gonna need more time to shift shape up. Let's look at SMCI, holding my breath when I open up this trade because I do have more shares in it than I probably should have because we don't want to be in any sweaty trades, guys. We want to be in trades we are comfortable with being in. So where I have my stop loss down there, that stop loss is about $100 stop loss. Okay, it's nothing crazy. You know, it's no big deal. But this thing is extended. You know, this thing is extended. We don't want to see this thing, you know, rip at my face off. So it's a soft stop. If it comes back down here, we'll definitely keep our eye on it, keep our emotions intact. And while I'm talking, guys, I do want to tell you the SPY now back up to that 397.83 area. So it's creating new higher lows on that 5-minute. It's pushing to that upside pretty hard, and now it's trading in that area, and we want to see this thing continue to trade sideways. So even if it sells back off, let's try and hold VWAP this time, right? Let's try to hold VWAP this time, SPY. So this is great. This is what we want to see, especially because we know with the overall market going up, our shares that we're trading inside of this should head higher as well. So AI, good old AI, we talked about AI the past 3 weeks. We're waiting for that breakout. We got that breakout this morning on this trade. Now we're going to wait and see how it wants to play out. So HIMS, if you guys don't know which HIMS is, well, let's just read it out loud. I think that'll be a fun one to read out loud. HIMS. So let's just go over the actual trade though really quick before we get funny. So HIMS has been doing really well above this 200-day moving average, making this curl, and then has had this push. Into this push, what happens? We get a nice little earnings gap up. Now, it didn't gap up that high. That's why we didn't look at it. It's up 7%, which is one to get my eyes on it. And we have a ton of things that traded. I need to look at this really quick. CLOV. All right, so we'll put SPY back up on here, and we'll go back to HIMS. So SPY is up on the left-hand side. We're going to keep an eye on that. And HIMS is over here. HIMS had a 7% gap up. Then it pushed really, really high. So now this thing isn't running into any really key resistance that is most recent. And it's looking really, really good. And it's gaining a lot of popularity and traction. Now, this is a little extended for me. The breakout was right here on the 5-minute. You know, I can mark it out for you guys right now just so you know. This is my trade on this. This would have been where I'd get in. The base is where I would have gotten out. And HIMS looks like it would be a decent trade as of right now. Now, this thing could come right back down. It could break us out. But for right now, yeah, that looked like a good trade. It looked like something I would have taken, but we missed it. And what do I think about HIMS right now? Well, I would think HIMS would want to come back down and retest this area. Just because that's what we're seeing lately. But if the overall market keeps on doing this crap, I think this thing might even bounce off VWAP and clear everything, head a lot higher. So we'll see. With the SPY up, things are looking good. People are happy. I got a smile on. So let me get a sip of coffee, and then we are going to read about HIMS and see what is HIMS. Because I don't know. I don't use it. HIMS is very popular, usually with the gentlemen, but especially with the ladies. So we're going to read what HIMS is. Let's read it down here. HIMS and Her Health operates in telehealth consultant platform. It connects consumers to healthcare professionals, enabling them to access medical care for mental health, sexual health, dermatology, and primary care. That's not what I thought it was. That's not what I thought I was going to be reading today, guys. I thought HIMS was one of those little blue pills. Isn't it? Isn't it one of those little blue pills for men with ED, I believe? So let me know. Let me know, because I don't know. Just kidding. Well, anyway, guys, HIMS does look like it's about to break out here. Just keep that in mind. It's well extended. When I say it's going to break out here, it's just creating a tight little pennant up top here. I don't actually know what it's going to do because I'm not an investment professional. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I'm going to start looking at that Series 7 real soon here. IWM is trading with the overall market very, very well, looking advantageous at this point. Netflix still trading sideways from this morning as Microsoft finally showing us that it loves itself, trading at 250.13, but wicking off at that top, so it might crash right back down. We don't know. Amazon is finally getting back into that liquidity area, but not looking good with all those wicks up above. Next up, we have Meta. Good old Meta had that push off that base that we drew here, and it pushed up into its area of liquidity, and now it's battling around that area. If Meta can battle in that area and wants to trade sideways, it looks like it's following this 21-day moving average very well. So it looks like it's shaping up, guys, and this is definitely one that we're going to go over every single day. Now, NVIDIA. I need to zoom out on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's been playing games with me, right? I got into NVIDIA and it came back down to here and it stopped me out. But when I zoomed out, I noticed that that stop out area was the tops right back here. It's these tops, okay? So why did I get out? Well, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't see that, but that is why we go over our losing stocks, okay? I lost a little money on this one and I could still be in this stock. If I'm in this stock still, it's trading right at the price that I bought it at, right? So it came down and it touched, but I used a hard stop on this. I got out and now I'm hands-free. I'm just going to let this thing do what it wants to do. But if this thing wants to break out and continue higher, I think that is going to be a great trade area. But we need to wait for that $10 moving average to catch up. So, you know, NVIDIA, hey, you know, I've won NVIDIA. I've won plenty of money on NVIDIA before. This time, it's definitely got me. We lost, I don't know, a good $6 or $7, I think, on this trade. But, you know, it's one of those things, guys. When I play earnings gap up, I play them the exact same every single time. You'll see it. 5-minute range, 5-minute range. Here's where I get in. Here's where I get out. That's what happened. So the only thing that I can do with that is look at the trade, learn from my loser, and then try to make better trades, more calculated trades the next time I trade it. All right? So running through my list really quick, ELF still looking healthy even though I bought it up at a higher area. RVMD making me very embarrassed that I bought that on stream, but that's why I feel like the submarine from time to time under pressure, guys, but that's A-okay. I'm here to show you that trading is not easy, that it can be hard. So XM back up to that buy-in area looking A-okay. OPRA, hey, good for you, OPRA. I hope you continue higher. So OPRA, we took that 5-minute range break. Just like you guys know, we just went over it. 5-minute range, here's the top where we buy, here's the bottom where we break, and boom, it breaks out, and it's heading higher. It's looking absolutely glorious. Next up, SMCI as I hold my breath. Why? Well, because I'm a little too weighted in this stock. I don't care to be too weighted in this stock, but it's all right because things are looking good. We're about break even on this thing, and we're going to see if the market wants to continue higher, because if the market wants to continue higher here, I can almost guarantee SMCI will want to take off on a tear to the north side. So I hope it can continue to defend this area and it doesn't break down this $100 area, which I didn't even think about that, guys. Look, this is why we bring up these psychological areas, because of this reason exactly. This SMCI came right down and touched right on the actual dollar itself, $100, and bounced right off that. Look at that rip up on the 5-minute, guys. Yeah, you can't play with these areas. I mean, it's the psychological area for a reason, and there usually is some action around those areas. So really keep that in mind, guys. Those psychological areas as well as those technical areas can be very, very key in buying a stock or selling a stock for that same matter. Okay? So let's take a look at the Qs. I haven't seen those guys in a little while. So they're trading just right inside that range. I drew the top, I drew the bottom for you. We're going to go ahead and get rid of these just so it doesn't look so congested in this area. I also have these lines drawn out for you too to help give you a better idea. Let's zoom out to the hourly here, get a better understanding of what's going on, and then we'll even zoom out to the 4-hour here. All right, so the further we zoom out, the more information we can take in a smaller area. So we know that we had this breakout here. Okay, we had a nice little breakout of this downward trending line, this huge downward trending line, all the way from back here, from its highs, okay, of 400. It comes all the way down, and every time it touched its 200-day moving average, it bounced its head and failed. This time, it bounced its head. It didn't, well, it bounced its head, traded sideways, then pushed up off of it, traded sideways, and came back down to test. It's tested now. The 200-day moving average is now this area, not this area, because it's slowly starting to come up. So it tested, and then it came off. Now it's trading sideways, which is a good sign because it's not selling off immediately after coming back up to test this liquidity area. So if we can get the Qs, which is tech heavy, to continue to head higher, that's good for the overall market. Apple, which is part of that tech heavy, looks like it's trying to shape up right where we were going to short. Good thing we didn't. Good thing we're smarter than that and we got out before things got heavy. Actually, we want to be in there when things get heavy, but we got out before things got light, right, and started heading up to the north side. So Apple looks good here because if it can hold this 147 area where I drew, you can see that it's got other price action on this area. So I'm sure if we move it out, yeah, look at this, guys. We got it bumping. It's had 1, 2, this area is 3, this area is 4, 5. Now look, bounce off this 6. So is it going to hold this area? To me, if it holds this area and heads higher, we can make some money off of it. But if it breaks down in this area and starts to head lower, we aren't going to be too fond of this. It looks like Jerry, my buddy Jerry, who trades this CDIO, he said he covered a chunk of this CDIO at 305, so right here, which is very, very smart, very nice play. Now he's holding out for the rest to break even, or he's holding the rest out to see if this is actually going to fail here, okay? So we're starting to see those wicks off right here, so you can see now this is the supply, and hopefully, for Jerry's sake, we get a nice breakdown in that area. So we got 11 of you in here watching. We only got 45 minutes left, guys. 45 minutes, and then I'm out of here. You'll have to find some other streamer doing it as good as this. Check out this t-shirt. You guys like that? We got merch, baby! Well, I got merch. We're not going to sell you guys anything. You guys, that's one of the things, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, giving you live stock commentary, analysis. I do it all here for you and for myself, too. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. It's all free. Everything I give to you is free. It's all self-sourced. It's all the stuff that I've learned from as well. So if you can get behind that, if you like that, hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit it. Hit it. I'll give it to you for free, baby. All right, so SMCI still trading in that area. We want to see it hold this psychological $100 area, and we want to see it pushing on higher with hopefully the overall market backing it up. And as we speak, the overall market is testing and broke, making new highs for the day, trading at 398.28, 398.32. hopefully, and I say that out of respect, we get a big push here in the market. We want to see it move up, up, up. Let's go through the market too. As we look, it looks like we are seeing some better sentiment across the board as Apple tries to push higher, reaching its new highs today as well at 148.08. And SMH, guys, SMH is the ETF for semiconductors. It looks like it's trading at $240.29. It's looking really good here though. If it creates these lower highs and continues to do that or travels sideways on an uptrend, that's going to be key. We're going to want to see this thing keep continuing higher. Okay, let's take a look at AI. So AI, here we go. Now we're getting that push again. Now I told you guys after this big push, we just got to wait and see. We're already up money. You know, we know we're in down here. And so we're not going to worry or fret, right? Because our stop loss is well down here, okay? So now we're up money, and we're starting to see this push in AI. We're up about 15 bucks in this trade. It's no big deal. We're looking for a bigger expected move. We're looking for this trade to go up to the 30 area where I'm going to take my first half. And then if it can trade sideways, or better yet, before earnings comes out, I will get my other half out in there. So we'll see how that trades. And if you guys have been with me for the past 3 weeks, you know I have been covering AI since it became a buzzword. And why? Well, because I like to be in hot stocks. I like to know what's going on, and I like to be in hot sectors would be the better way to say it. So I look for the hot sector. If I find a hot sector and I can find a stock specific to be more advantageous into, I will find it. And I found that with AI. A lot of my conviction came with AI because if we look at, let's say, Ape Wisdom here, which is, yes, you guessed it, another free site. You go to apewisdom.io and you'll bring up the ticker sentiment that is in Reddit. So this here, it brings up all the hashtags or all the r/ in the, and they use all their subreddits, they pile it all together and they say, well, what is the most talked about tickers? SPY, Tesla, AI. AI was never on this board, ever. And now all of a sudden it's popped up the past 2-3 weeks and it's chilling in here. So because it's an important stock that everybody's eyes are on, I want to make sure my money is in here before the dumb money is in here. So what do I mean by that? Well, when I see this holding a base, I want to be in somewhere around where this base is. Why? Well, because that base, if it breaks, I'm going to lose all confidence and fluency in this trade. So I get in somewhere in this base, I build a base, and I can always add into my winner as it goes up. But if I start adding in when it starts breaking out up here, this is where dumb money's getting in. They're getting in these liquidity pools where, oh, this looks good, I need to be in it before it takes off. The fear of missing out. They get in, then they get in too much, and then they're out here. And then they see it pushing back up, and then they're like, oh, gosh, I was just in this trade. I want to get back in. And I know this, guys, because I lived it. I lived this like my first 4 or 5 months of trading. That's how I thought. Everything I did, I was based on emotion. So that's why I have very calculated, disciplined rules of buying and selling, and you'll see me do a lot of them here in front of you. Some of them are off air, but then I go over them with you on the next day, okay? So AI does have a nice little push, trading above its liquidity, or above its main amount of liquidity, which is this VWAP area at 22.97. It's now trading at 23.15. So looking good. Let's look at DHT. Overall, DHT has been keeping us profitable in this. It's not up by much. We're only up a cup of coffee, guys, but we're in DHT for the longer haul. It only moves 4.3%, so this might take us a little bit of time to get up there. So we will see. Did I go through everything? I think I did. We'll see. ELF, yeah, we went through it. RVMD, garbage. DraftKings still heading higher on that, squatting on that 10, which makes me want to add so many more shares into this, guys. I do. I really, because I had DraftKings all the way down here, it hurts to see DraftKings up here, and I'm only right by where I bought it in at. So it makes me think like, hey, every time I do this, I get in for a great price, but I don't get in enough, and then I expect to average in later on in the stock, when really I should just be getting all my shares in where I want it. So, you know, it is what it is, guys. I'm not going to end up getting this, but we know we're up a couple of bucks in this, even though it says it's not. We're in at 1870. It's up to 1880. You know, with 50 shares, you know, we're up a couple bucks, so no big deal. All right, so we ran through all this. XM is looking like it's shaping up. OPRA still doing the same thing. Finally, SMCI finally getting up above our traded price. Goodness gracious, we're up finally $11 on this ticker. Now I don't have to hold my breath so many stinking times when this thing comes up, you know. So absolutely, so things are looking good, guys. Absolutely loving it. I hope this is wildly educational for you going through all of these. So we'll keep up AI up here just because it's hot and it's looking good. And I think we will be going through the SPY. Yeah, good. The SPY is still going up. It's still trading at those highs, 398.32. So this is looking absolutely great for lunchtime to come around. And we want to see a good push higher before lunch gets here. Because once lunch gets here, you'll see a small lull. You'll see that we aren't getting all, and you can already see it, that, you know, that the SPY is trading less and less volume as we move closer to lunch. Now, what I would like to see, and this is not like an everyday thing, but for today, what I would like to see is it push as high as it can before lunch, and then it trades, and during lunch, it starts to come back down, maybe find a base around 398, and then during power hour after lunch, and everybody's got full bellies, everybody's like, you know what, let's buy everything. And this thing just screams higher and ends somewhere in this 400 area for tomorrow. So, guys, if you guys remember the last time I talked about this and I left at lunch and it was well down here, this thing ended up coming all the way back up to its highs at that 400. So we could definitely see that happen even before lunch, before the end of the day, you know, but, you know, personally, I would like to see this thing trading sideways or scream up higher before lunch, come back down, trade sideways. But I do want to continue to see sideways action, just like we are seeing all this morning. So just don't want to see it fail. We want to see this thing at least hold the next couple days in order to continue. So let's see what we got going on. That's good. I haven't checked the chat in a little bit. Hopefully we don't have too many things going on. Good. Hims is still the last thing on there. Guys, if you want to be commentated on, if you're in a stock, if you're watching a stock, if you want me to talk about something, if you have any questions for me, like where did you get this shirt? Or how long have you been streaming? Or why is your chin so big? You're more than welcome to ask all those questions. They are open. This is here for your entertainment, very specifically. Your entertainment only. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. And even if they were, you know, I wouldn't follow them. You should never follow somebody else's trades, guys. That's a big thing, you know. When I first got in, that's the first thing is that, you know, don't take other people's buy and sell recommendations. Learn it on your own. And, you know, okay, but what's this guy buying? You know, okay, that's great, but what's this guy buying? And I was in that mode for a while, you know, where, you know, you want to know what somebody else is buying because you want to build your confidence off of theirs, but it never works out that way, guys. It never works out. You need to find the trades that you like. You need to find out why you like them. You need to write out that game plan, and you need to save your trades. So that way next time you come to that same trade and you're looking at that thing and you ask yourself, well, this trade looks the exact same. What can I do better this time? What can I do worse? Where should I set my stops? Where should I take my profits? So keep that in mind, guys. So SPY finally finding some, oh no, that was the Qs. Let me go back to the SPY over here. And now I want to check out Apple again. Yeah, so SPY is looking like it's finally hitting some resistance, but not selling off too quick. We're going to see, we're also on the 5 minute. Let me switch to 15 here. Yeah. So we're looking good. We're starting to see some wicks off again, but higher than what we've seen this morning. So we might be breaking through that supply here now, but we're still going to need more time to tell. This thing could be creating that new higher low, like we're seeing higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. This might be another higher low, and it might be a good spot to exit any of your long positions. So that could very well be the deal in this area. So if it is, watch out below because we're making new higher lows. Yeah. SMCI is just playing games here. Just playing games, y'all. Doesn't want to print. It's all good. CDIO. So he's still hanging around in the CDIO. This thing is, you know, this thing looks like it's priming up. It does. It really does. Looks like it's priming up. It looks like any shorts that are in it should be getting nervous, and anybody that's not shorting is looking at longing this thing. So be really careful if you're looking at this. You know, not much volume left in it. Could be a liquidity trap. So just be careful, guys. Be really careful in these small speculative stocks. The guy I know that's trading this has been doing it the same stinking way since I joined duality trading a long time ago. He's always been a huge advocate on there, somebody I've always learned from, and somebody that he's always pushed to the side because I was always too new for him. But I'm glad to have him. I'm glad that he's posting in duality. That way we can learn from his trades, because that's what we want, guys. We can learn from everybody. You know, you can even learn from your children. You can, if you focus on every conversation that you have not being about yourself and learning something from the other person. It's crazy the amount that you'll learn, the amount of insight that person will give you about their life by you just asking them questions. And also, it's crazy the relationship that it builds. So I haven't been really good at building relationships, guys. I really haven't, because I told you before, I'm an invert. Invert, is that the right word? Whatever. I like to be alone. Like I don't like to be out in crowds, but I definitely have that social aspect. So I get it. I don't even know where I was going with that, guys, but Apple looks like it's starting to sell off. 147.96. It looks like it's finding a new top here, and is it going to head down? Will it be able to hold these lows that it created and stay out of its lull? We will see, because Apple finally looks like it's showing us some proof of concept that it doesn't want to fall below that 200-day moving average. If it can hold out here, if it can hold out this 200-day moving average, this might be a great spot to buy in. It's squatting down there. As long as this doesn't break through, and holds out, the overall market might be able to benefit from Apple holding off on its 200-day moving average. And SMH still trading sideways from previous day. The dollar looks like it's breaking down, which is really, really good, guys. That's really, really good for your overall market. We want to see the dollar crash and burn. If you're in the right stocks, you want to see those dollars just completely fail and break down lower and lower and lower. Okay? So it looks like we're getting that. We are seeing the negative correlation happen here as the dollar breaks down. It looks like the SPY is trying to head higher. So in good time, guys, in good time. So let's look at Microsoft. Yeah, cool. This is great. This is all great news. Microsoft trying to push up towards the 200-day moving average, but still not that great, because why? Well, it's trading still below its 200-day moving average. Amazon back up into that supply area. Now, I really hope that this thing can constantly do better. I've got to delete that. I don't like having that big of a supply area, even though it is that big of a supply area. We're going to see if Amazon wants to shape up. It does look like, if you look for some patterns on the volume, you can see that this line on the volume, let me just shoot this up, guys, for you. This line on the volume is the 20-day moving average of the volume. So this is the moving average of the past 20 days. So if we count back 20 days from this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 20. So it takes all of this from here to here, and this is the average, okay? So anything below this average or anything above this average is what I want to look at. So if we look at Amazon and we look that as it's breaking down, it's constantly trading less and less and less volume. To me, that tells me that the sellers are starting to dry up, okay? There's a lot that you can learn from reading this volume. And if it looks like we're getting good pushes here and big sell-offs, well, as it breaks this area, it's selling off less and less. There's less volume here. If there's less selling volume, then that means that there might be at a time where the buyers might want to start coming in here and buying this back up, okay? So it's just something to keep an eye on, something to look at, guys, and something I'm just kind of stewing over in my head, because why not? We got the time. We're here in front of the market to help better ourselves. So I want to learn something, and I want to teach something, okay? So SPY is getting the wiki week off for top percents there, and it looks like it's wanting to head lower. Can it catch and find a base before this VWAP area? I would love to see it catch this base, trade sideways before power hour, and then when the guys come back from their institutional ownerships, they go out to lunch, they come back and they say, let's buy the SPY. Let's bring everything, let's make it go crazy high. And maybe one day I'll be one of those guys, but in good time. We need to first work on our streams, our trades, and our networking. Oh, that's what it was. So I was talking about networking, and you don't realize when you actually start to network, when you actually start reaching out to people and you actually start giving a crap, it really, really shows in your relationships. It really shows that things have a bigger, broader, and a more meaningful relationship when you actually care about what the other person does. When you ask them and you say, hey, look, these are all the things that happened to me and I haven't talked to you in 5 years. And you're like, oh, hey, holy crap, what's going on, dude? How are you doing? How's the family? Last I remember, you had a child. How old is he now? Like, oh my gosh, it's been 5 years, and you actually start realizing, the sentiment that goes all around you. And even though I'm in these four walls, there's a whole world outside there that I try to reach out to, that I try to get a hold of, because guys, your life is going to be dull and boring without other people. It really is. And I found that out, as a technician, as you're running around and you're working on a bunch of machines, there's usually not a lot of people around to help give you that sentiment, to help give you that encouragement, or for you to help, bring up or lift up. And that's what's great about this channel, guys, is I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, and I bleed positivity. I am here for 4 hours, and I will be positive for 4 hours. I'm positive that I'll be positive for 4 hours, guys, because that's all I can be. That's what I want this market to be about. I've looked at plenty of other streamers, and they don't have that positive atmosphere. There's a lot of negativity, and I understand why. I understand why the negativity is there, guys. It's there because everyone's under pressure when they're trading. It's real money. It's real money, and everybody wants to be the best at it, and everybody wants to downcut everybody else because of their ego. Well, that's one thing. That's one thing that's great about being here, guys, is I don't have much of an ego. Jiu-Jitsu has beat the ego out of me. Let me run through this. So ELF, glad we held on to it. It traded below that VWAP area, but is now pushing back up towards those highs. That is absolutely beautiful. It broke these highs. It sold off pretty quick, but it didn't sell off very far, and it caught a bid. And that's what you want to see when it breaks these highs. And if it's going to come down and retest, you want to see it hold those retests so that way it can continue higher. RVMD, goodness gracious, what a bleeder. Already down $12 in this piece of crap stock. I really should have just, waited because of earnings. I mean, I really wouldn't mind this huge pullback that it had because, I'm small share size, and the 10-day and the 21 days just below it, it has been respecting that 10-day moving average. But guys, usually when you get in something, you don't want to see it just take an absolute duty to the bottom side. But then look, earnings is right after market. What was I thinking? So we got to learn from these guys, and if we don't learn, then we're losers. So I'm going to learn from this for sure. DraftKings, should I have bought more? Well, it looks like it, as it wants to head higher, and that's great. We're up a couple bucks. I think we got 50 shares in this. So 50, if it's 18, 70, 80, 90, that's 20 cents times 50. So don't. I'm not breaking the bank over here or anything, but at least I can buy the family groceries. So XM, wow, XM, goodness gracious. So XM, we bought this yesterday, breaking out of this area, forming a nice little, I wouldn't call this a cup and handle, but it's got a very nice top base on it. And when it comes up into this liquidity area, it keeps selling off. Comes up to the liquidity area, it sells off. Comes up again, and looks selling off. But I'm hoping this time, after this first sell-off, it was a lot lower than the second one. So I'm hoping this sell-off is a lot lower than the for it being the third one. Okay, so if it can hold out, if it can do that, then things are going to look really good for XM, trading just above where we ended up buying it. So OPRA, look at OPRA, still printing, still looking absolutely flawless. We had this 5-minute range breakout. It broke out that range. We got in using this base as our risk of $8.23. It looks like it's doing exactly what we want it to in a breakout trade strategy. So if this breakout trade strategy wants to continue higher and continue to print us money, then go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Give me that money, baby. I'm going to take a quick sip. That's probably the best sip I've ever taken of some black coffee. All right, what's going on over here? Meta's looking mighty fine. Let's get through the rest of our trades. SMCI, what are you doing, SMCI? It looks like this must be a great buy area. Why? Well, because it doesn't want to get away from it. It's been accepted. But is this going to be accepted as its high or as a new low? We will see on the next episode. So please join us every single day, Monday to Friday, 8 till 12. Guys, I'm only here for a little more than 20 minutes. So if you have something to watch that I am not looking at, throw that up in the comment section because I love to be your voice. AI now trading not well above, but trading at that VWAP area. It came back down to retest. If you guys remember this morning, we drew this out over the past 3 weeks. This triangle, this pattern form setting up. And I told you this morning, guys, this is the breakout. It is breaking out in front of us. I showed you right here on live stream, so you had an understanding of the sentiment. But I also told you guys, hey, you need to be careful with these. There's going to be people in these trading these, okay? Big people with big money. They're not going to allow this thing to just scream up or scream back down. They're going to play these different levels all the way up. They're going to keep playing these levels because people are buying here and then they're selling here. And then when it takes back off, they're buying it again to help push it up higher. So you need to be careful with this, guys. It's not going to do exactly what I told you it was going to do. It's going to do it over time. So it's going to go from here and it's going to make it, well, this is my prediction. This is on buy sell recommendations. I need to preface it like that. But the past 3 weeks, I've been telling you this same exact trade price. Here's its wedge formation. It's following a 21-day moving average. After we found and identified its breakout price, we were already in this from previous day because we played on top of the squatting on the 21-day moving average. It broke out this morning. I said, guys, this isn't the time to buy in. This was the time to buy in. Okay, so we're trying to keep you safe. It pulls back, it retests, and now it heads higher. It tests this VWAP area. It breaks through. Now it comes back to test VWAP area as its resistance. And my only guess is this thing wants to move higher, and with everybody watching it, every time we start to break newer highs, you're going to see this influx of trading liquidity, and you're going to see it trade higher and then get pulled back and trade higher and pull back, and then one of these times it's going to get real sick and real nasty because anybody that's shorting this trade is going to get squeezed. Now, I don't think this is technically a squeeze candidate. I think there's more longs on this than shorts. But once we get up into these areas, we're going to see liquidity vats start pooling in, okay? Especially on this one, guys. This, do we not have VWAP? We'll bring up VWAP on here for you, just so that way you guys can see. There it is. All right, so right here is its VWAP area. I drew it out without VWAP, but it was pretty dang close. So I'm just going to squat it right there so you guys can understand when this thing comes up, this is where I'm talking about, okay? There's other areas of liquidity, but the most liquidity is right here and right about here. So we'll just point this one out too. All right, so these are our liquidity areas, all right? And look at this one. You can see this one. Because after it created all this liquidity, when it came up and touched it, it failed and came right down here to this $21 base. All right, so it held this $21 base for a long time, created new lower highs and new higher lows, creating an accumulated staged area right here. It's accumulating shares. After it accumulated shares and it fought its push, fought its break, then it pushed higher. The supply won. Supply pushed out here, then now it's trading sideways above the VWAP area. So we're going to see if this thing wants to end up pushing higher on volume. So we will see. New Vision, what's up? Good to see you again. AI's back to 2313. Yes, 2308 is what I got right now. It's trading above its VWAP area, and it's looking good. I mean, we're looking really good. We're up, let's see, we're up 14, 15 bucks on this thing, okay? So for this thing to play out how I want it to, it's either going to come back down and it's going to stop me out, not for break even, but for a small loss, or this thing's going to do what I want it to, and it's going to continue to trade sideways and then find another area of supply, and it's going to break out. Yes, New Vision, this is the Thinkorswim platform, and it is through TD Ameritrade. You can actually open an account for free and download all of this for free as long as you have a TD Ameritrade account. I think you can go right on there and download it for free. So, New Vision, what do you got online? You watching? Are you trading anything? What do you got going on? Talk to me, baby. Let's go. So AI looks like it's getting really tight in this new pennant that it's forming. I could easily break back down, but we're going to want to see new higher lows being put in this thing. So we will see. It's only going to take time. See how Tesla's doing? Tesla's trading all the way back down here at 206. But what do we want to see, guys? We just wanted to see it hold out somewhere before it got down to this $200 area. Now, I personally thought this thing was going to come all the way down to 200, and it might. It could still bounce off of that VWAP area, come back down to that 200, and then bounce off. But I personally thought this thing was just going to fail, maybe trade sideways for a second, fail, sideways, fail, and then come down to this 200 almost immediately. So we're going to keep an eye on this thing because it's way better for the stock if this thing stops somewhere in this area, trades sideways, and then pushes back up higher, trying to break that overhead supply. So it's, let's see, let's catch up. It says nice for holding, market cooling off. So I'm not exactly sure. Are you saying you're holding for, F-O-U-R? If you are, we can go over for. And if you're holding for, are you playing the 5-minute range breakout on the earnings gap up? Or maybe you're not looking at for at all, and I'm just going over it. But yeah, it does look like the market's cooling off, guys. And I'm always going to tell you, that's why I leave at lunch, is because I like to play, play the range, try to play whatever's going on. But at lunch, it usually the market starts to slow down. Like you'll see the liquidity right here. See how less and less and less liquidity is traded? That's just because the market's going to cool down around lunchtime. And then you'll have power hour afterwards where the market's going to really take off. So guys, I have a little bit more than 15 minutes left with you guys here. I want you to know I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We do live commentary, analysis, and I am under pressure. I like to take trades in front of you guys, okay? I like to take trades. I like to make it real. This is real money and real emotion on the line for you guys. So if you like it, let me know. Hit that subscribe and let me know what you're watching so I can be your voice in the stock market. So we got New Vision bringing up Baba. Neo Baba on a low after bad news might be going up again. Well, we know that Baba had its earnings call right here, which tanked it. It just tanked it. It tanked the price. It already came all the way back down to this 200-day moving average, and then it broke through that 200-day moving average. I don't trust anything below that 200-day moving average. So Baba, with this big pullback, breaking through its 200-day moving average, didn't hold out long, and then it keeps trading lower. So Baba, be very, very careful with that. And yeah, New Vision, just to look at like the more positive side, since I'm very bearish on this. To look at the positive side, guys, you can see its breakout, its previous breakout area was right here. It was right here, right where this is trading. And you see it broke through it, came up, now it's testing. Well, it's going to test this area because this is a very volatile, let's say, accepted price area is this area right here. Okay, so let me zoom out so you guys can get a better understanding. But this is a huge price area, a huge price area. So, like we were talking a few other times, but this is its main breakout area. So this is where it was the last time, this 88.26, before it took off higher. Okay, so it is an important area for Baba, and yes, it definitely could go higher from here. But like I told you guys all the time, I don't really trust these things. This thing is real choppy. It's hard for me to want to get on the investing side of any Chinese stocks because that country over there, they can do whatever they want, they can say whatever they want, and if it's that wild and crazy, I don't want to be invested in a stock if it's being controlled by some government that can just come out any day and say, you know what, we're canceling Baba. They're not allowed to do anything anymore. So as we talk, SPY's breaking down to that 397.37 area, just broke below VWAP. So we're going to see, does this thing want to keep shaping up? Does it want to hold the lows? Does it want to, well, let's see, previous closing price was right here at 397. Let's see, 397. So I should have just marked it. So 397.67. So it's actually trading below now of its previous closing price. Okay, so SPY is breaking down after it didn't even make it up to its supply area, and it's breaking down. So this is bearish sentiment. But again, as long as we hold these lower highs off of this 200-day moving average, I'm still liking the bullish argument to this. But remember, I am a bear with bull horns, guys. I like to see both sides of it. So if it sounds like I'm going one way and then going the other, well, that's because I am. I want to see both sides. So But we'll see. Yeah, Baba's respecting that. It's funny because you pull it all the way back here, you draw that line, and you see it respecting it right there, right on that line, you know. So it's very interesting. It is a very key area for it. So, well, let's run through it because as the market pulls back, look at ELF heading right back up on high volume. You know what? That's crazy to me. You know, so today, you know, ELF has just got its mind of its own. So it breaking down and then getting bought right back up on high volume while the market pulls back tells me that this really is a true leader in this stock. RVMD getting ready to completely go to zero on me. So let's see. Let's take a look at. I'm down $12 in RVMD. So not too bad, guys, but not the prettiest looking thing. So DraftKings, we got in here at 1870. It's trading at 1885. We're up, you know, a cup of coffee in this thing. It's looking all right. We'll see. XM trading right about where I bought it in at. Nothing too crazy. And OPRA still doing the same thing that we talked about 15 minutes ago. So Ginger, Mama says, gotta go. Have a great day, everyone. Well, good for you, Mama. I'm glad you can break away from the market, get away for a minute. I know that you're not doing any trading, but I do appreciate you being here. So thank you so much. Thank you. Drive safe. We love you. Let's see. SMCI. Okay. Just trading right at that area, you know. Right at that area, guys. It's a good area to be in, you know. Right around VWAP, but just too extended from that 10-day for me to really, really want to, you know, be hopping on board on this thing and screaming from the rooftops that it's a go. So AI looks like it's breaking down here, trading just under that $23, just under that VWAP area. Guys, we're going to see what happens with AI. We're up a couple bucks in this, you know, what, $10, $11 in AI. We're just going to wait. We just want to wait and see what's going to happen because, you know, this breakout and it coming back down, we could just as easily take our trend line and go boop, scoop to dupe, you know, and then that's where it's at, you know, like it doesn't take much, guys. Like, yeah, no, that's not its breakout. Its breakout's, you know, way higher than that. So it's all based on what you think, what you like, what you don't like in the market. But if we zoom out to the 4-hour, maybe we can get this thing, we can eye this thing up even more. So if we want to, we could really, like, you know, squat this thing. We can put it wherever you want, as long as you're doing it for you and nobody else, okay? Because only you are going to be the one that put these lines down that helps you create those confidence. But me personally, you know, where I had the line, it did break out. And as long as it holds in that area, we're going to be looking for some confluency to head on higher. So I like the stock. I like where it's at. I like it holding these areas. And if we have a bunch of dumb money that wants to pile into this thing and bring it higher, then we will do that. But until then, if we don't get anything, I'll be selling out pretty quick before earnings on the 2nd of next month. So we went through all of that. Let's go through, we'll just start right here. BIDU, nope, AMCX. Zoom out on the 15. Here, we'll go through it. So let's check out laser. So laser, after it ate through that resistance, it's heading higher above the 200-day moving average. ARBE, we talked about this. It had that big push up in liquidity, but be careful because we have earnings coming up in it. DraftKings, we already talked about it because we're in it to win it. PANW, a lot of people talk about Paul Otto, okay? I don't know anything about Paul Otto, so let's just get it figured out, see what it is. It looks like it is a larger moving stock, and let's look at PANW. PANW, here we are, PANW, and if we scroll down here, it says Palo Alto Networks engages in the provisions of a network security solutions to enterprises, service providers, and government entities. It operates through the following geographical sediments: the United States, Israel, and other countries. The company was founded by Nir Zook in March 2005 and is headquarters in Santa Clara, California. It's a security, network security solutions, and it's for different enterprises and government entities. So they sound like, big boys. They're trading up over that 200-day moving average. It's pretty extended from the 10-day moving average. So if this is something you want to get into, this would be more for a long-term trader type because it only moves 2.7%. New Vision says, is AI the main stock for ChatGPT? And what time do you start in the morning? New Vision, I start every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern till 12 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to be leaving here in about 10 minutes. So I'll be happy to go over your question. Is ChatGPT AI? The answer to that very quickly is no, it is not. AI is its own entity that works with its own AI stock groups. Okay, we could read into exactly what AI does, but if you're looking into the ChatGPT AI, the biggest investor in that would be Microsoft, which would be MSoft, MSFT. Mr. Softy over here, Mr. Microsoft, is the biggest investor in this. Now, it was an open source, it was a free source, it was a, it was, how do I put it? It was free. It was supposed to be free, where nobody was going to, invest into this company. It wasn't going to be an open initial public offering. It wasn't supposed to be any of that. But Microsoft somehow got their fingers in this, and they gave them a bunch of money, and then they're doing it again. So somehow this non-profit became a profit, and I just don't know how it works out. But yes, Microsoft would be, if you're looking for a ChatGPT, Microsoft, I believe, is the one that is closest to having ChatGPT on their side. Okay, AI, we're gonna just read it, what AI actually is, like what they represent. Obviously, it's artificial intelligence, but look at this. They are absolute garbage stock. I mean, it's not, I shouldn't say absolute garbage, but you can see like their profit margins at negative 30%. They're losing money. Their net income is like negative 55 million and continuously going lower. Now it's at 192 million. So it's not to me, it's not like a long-term investing stock. But the whole reason why AI has that sentiment is, one, its ticker symbol is AI. Okay. And so that's going to be a huge, it's going to bring in huge sentiment. Let me read it to you. C3 AI engages in the provisions of enterprises artificial intelligence, or AI, software for the digital transformation. It delivers the C3 AI suite for developing, deploying, and operating large-scale AI, predictive analysis, and Internet of Things, the IoT applications, in addition to a portfolio of turnkey AI applications. So that's about it for it. So it's just a company that says, we do AI, we do AI. By the way, we do AI. And because of that, it's got such a crazy following that it's already pushed up in this mass off of its bottom. When things started getting popular, it moved up over 173%, guys. I like 173%. Now, I like it when it pulls back and looks constructive like this high tight pennant. And because it did that and it created that high tight pennant, I got into this stock. I got into the stock knowing that this is my base that I'm risking, and my first take is around that $30 area, so $28, or maybe a little less, around 26. I'll probably take my first half out, and then the last half will be to hold on until it closes below the 10-day moving average. I also pointed out to you in this area, you can see on the daily, we have on this volume, it has volume price contraction, or volume contraction, okay, right here. And you can see it's slowly contracting all the way down. This is supposed to be sell-off, right? And if it's not having big sell-off in this area, then that's a really good sign. We're only seeing a little bit of buying, and all the selling is much lower than all the buying. So that tells me its sell-off volume is low. That tells me that this could be primed to head higher. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm just looking at the charts, doing my stock analysis. I have been wrong before, and I will be wrong again. We don't know what's actually going to happen for the stock, but I'm in it to win it, and you can see where I got in. You can see where I'm going to get out, and you can see the potential that the stock has. So if any of that looks interesting to you, go ahead and take a peeky gander, but make sure you know your risk first. So AI is huge, so we have to go to Microsoft. Not necessarily. I still have to look at things and see how they shape up. Microsoft is well below that moving average. Not well below, but it's trying to shape up. Like, it's trying to shape up here in this 250 area. And if it can shape up in this 250 area, get through this bout of liquidity and head higher above that 200-day moving average, then I will definitely be looking at Tesla for an AI stock. Yeah, and New Vision says, chat, GTP is crazy. It gives you a book in seconds on anything. Well, if you think that's crazy, every single picture that I have put up on my thumbnails, every single picture that you guys see in there on the top right corner and that bullhead with horns, that's all through AI. Every single picture that I've made, every bull that you've seen, every bear that you've seen, every picture, unless it's my face, has been made through not Chat GPT, but it's called DEEP or DEE. Now I feel like I need to look it up really quick for you guys. If you haven't checked this out, it's called DAL-E2, and I'll actually put this in our chat just so you guys can have it. Just make sure you do it in a different area so that way you don't leave the stream. But right here is DAL-E, the open AI product that's absolutely free if it allows you to sign in. I got early access to it on a few different accounts. It'll let you print out, or not print out, but it'll let you look up, like 20 to 25 different things, and you can get as specific as you want. So I did a happy bear with bull horns, and it came up with that picture that you've seen in my thumbnail. So before you click, that big bear with horns, that's one of the many things that I give you. It's actually not deep. It's called DAL-E2. I posted it right above there for you, so you can just click it. It'll take you right there, guys. So if you're interested, you can make your own pictures. You can make your own pictures using AI. And if you want to see some funny stuff, try and type in like feet or hands, and you'll see like how weird AI has a hard time right now with feet and hands. They end up giving you like 10 extra fingers sometimes, or so yeah, it's actually DALLE2. This is what it looks like. But I gave you the site, New Vision. I posted it for you. It's DAL-E2, and all you have to do is click on that right above there for you, buddy. I'm taking all the work out of it for you. Make it nice and easy on anybody that's in here. All right. So, you guys, we only got a few minutes left. We got 2 minutes. So let me just say this so I can say my goodbyes. Thank you all. I really, really appreciate you. Let's see. New Vision's got Dave. What video would you recommend to learn Thinkorswim desktop? Well, that's a great question. I personally would just go to YouTube and I'd type in Thinkorswim and I'd click on the first one I see. Or you can just hang out with me, ask me questions, and I'll be happy to go through and give you all the tips that are needed for that. So, New Vision, I can. Here, join this Discord. Let me send you this Discord, and I'm gonna take off here. Let me say my goodbyes, but let me give you this Discord here, so that way you can join. We have a bunch of really cool guys in here, but if you post in here on the main Discord trading page, I will. I'll do a little thing with you tonight, and I'll go over some stuff since you're showing up here every day, brother. So as long as you want to stick with this, I'll do a little side mentoring thing with you, just so that way you can get up to snuff, and that way you can be a part of something a little bigger. Okay? So that's the Discord, New Vision. Go ahead and join that. But guys, it's 12 o'clock. So if you enjoyed this, go ahead, hit that subscribe button, because I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, guys. And I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why? Because I have a passion for the stock market. I have a passion for learning, and I also love to regurgitate that knowledge to anybody willing to listen. So if that sounds good to you, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. I absolutely appreciate every one of you being here for me. So